Hello. I don't know what day it is today. It's probably Friday. Happy Friday, everyone. I hope my... Oh god, my mic fell down the other day and now it's in like a really weird position. Hold on, let me... You get to be live here with me as I adjust my mic. I don't know what happened. It just fell down and now it's not in the position that it was in before and now I'm like... upset. I don't know. It's bothering me. Maybe like this. Maybe like this is fine. Hello! Did I wave already? There you go. Hello. I hope you are all doing good today. I hope you've had a good week. Let me say hello. Hello, Offedit. Hello, Skip. Congrats on first. You did it. Hello, Austin. Hello, Irom. Hello, Rising. Hello, Trace. Hello, Fita. Hello, 11A. Hi. I think that was everyone. And hello, Flufo. Hello. Oh god, I never see the redeems because I just skip past like the blocks of text, but hello, Flufo as well. I looked up the book. I don't know. I don't think I found it. I don't think I found it yet. Or I haven't figured out what it's really about. But it's okay. I don't need to know. Ha ha ha. Did anyone ask any questions that I may have missed? I'm doing good, Fita. I hope we're doing good today. Did I start? I did. Okay. I was drawing this whole day. I woke up at like 8 or like got off my bed. Let's just call it that. Got off my bed at 8, 9 a.m. something like that, and I've been drawing until like 2 p.m. So my hand is in a lot of pain. So good thing we're not playing Silk Song today. Haha. But I've been drawing. And it's been really difficult. I had to draw like a whole pattern on a sweater that I was designing, and that was quite something, let me tell you. I don't think my hand was ever that tense in my life. Hello, Pandas. Hi. Hope you're doing good today. Drawing is so difficult. It is, and also really exhausting. But I get like into like a flow state, and then I draw for like 8 hours straight, and I don't even realize it. You sound so different today. What you do? Moved microphone 1 inch. Do I sound different? Do I actually? I could sound different. I don't know. You've been talking about drawing all week, but I've never remember what you are drawing. Just designs for myself. And most of them I end up being pretty unhappy with. Because I keep trying to make like specific themes work instead of just going for what I actually like. But this time, I'm drawing something I actually just like, and it's turning out a lot better right off the bat, and it's like, wow. The Fabled Spook Kitty. You know, since I'm probably not gonna use that design anyway, I could show you, like, a cat design that I came up with. It's highly unlikely that I will use it, but I could show it to you. I never show my art, but you could look at it if you want to. Hello, Noelle. Hi. Hope you're doing good today. When can I register for design commissions? I don't know if you want that. I'm not good at it. Hold on, let me... Is that gonna be the right thing that's gonna show up? I hope so. Ah, you can't even see. Oh, look, I'm showing my design live on stream. Do you see it? Can you see it? Do you perceive it? Isn't it so good? Anyway, that was that. No, I'm kidding. Haha. Look at that. Oh god, I'm not gonna zoom in. This is the best you're gonna get. This is what you're gonna get, unfortunately. I don't trust you two to look and not judge me. Look, wow! It's like, it's a cat. Can you look? Can you see? Oh, it's so cringe. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I came up with something else, but I might just use this to like get commissions of myself in this outfit or something. Who knows? I don't know. We will see. I might adjust it still. This is just, this took me like, what, a week? It was a long process, and it was very difficult, but, after non-stop drawing, I finally finished it. Kind of. Somewhat. Anyway, that's that. I'm sorry, I'm too shy. I'm not used to showing off my art, so it's like really cringe. I'm sorry. Can't tell any difference in sound. Yippee! Okay. But I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. Oh, it decomposes. I'm sorry. It looks like a nice Halloween costume as well. Yeah, I think it could be like a Halloween costume or something. It was actually heavily inspired by my previous cat that I had. He was a black and white cat, and he was very silly. And I wanted to have a design inspired by him, you know, since I have the little weird white strand of hair in the front. I was like, oh, maybe I could make myself into like a black and white cat, and so I did that. And like the colors were supposed to be representative of a black and white cat. And I made myself a witch because I've been reading a lot of Witch Hat Atelier in the past few months. I've already finished reading it as of now, but I like witches, and I realized that the one picture that I have of my old cat is actually with him sitting behind a drawing that I made for, what is it? What do people call it? Inktober or something, where you draw every day of October. And I drew a witch that particular day. So he was sitting in front of, or like behind of my drawing of a witch. And I have a picture of him in that position. Yeah, does that make sense? And I didn't realize until later that it made double sense for me to be a witch in that particular drawing, design. It was a nice coincidence. I like it. But I don't think I'm gonna like commission a model or anything for that design. I just think it's neat to have, but we'll see what I make of it. The olive-loving cat. Yeah, he loved olives. He would, like, smash my olives off my pizza and then eat it. Don't say that about your own art. It's the iterative process is where all the juicy details come in. Good thing that I can read today and that we're playing Higurashi. Thank you. I know, I shouldn't be so harsh on myself. I don't like it when people are harsh on themselves, but it's hard not to be towards yourself, if that makes sense. Speaking of Witch Hat, we got a date for Witch Hat Atelier, right? I think we did. I didn't watch the whole trailer. I only watched until the Japanese language appeared on screen, which I could no longer read, and I was like, okay. I don't know. What was the date? Witchtober. Spook Hat Atelier, she's nouveau witch. But yeah, I saw the little mascot that you designed for yourself, Flufo, and it looked so cute. I wanted to ask you for advice because clearly you know how to design. Looking at your model and everything and your mascot. Sorry, I had to fucking mute myself and get it all out of me. I've been coughing all day and it's very unpleasant. So if my voice cracks, just pretend that I'm 14 and it's normal. But yeah, I need to ask people for help. I need help. I've been like messaging a bunch of people for like advice, and I've been getting some really nice advice from people. It's good to have someone that you can rely on to give you feedback, because I always think like, oh, this kind of looks a little silly, but I don't know how to change it, and then someone comes in and gives me the perfect advice that I need, and then I'm like, oh yeah, that makes total sense. I will adjust it to look exactly like you just described to me. I actually had a Halloween witch design outfit once. You did? I didn't know that, or maybe I did and I forgot. I want to see it. April 6th, sooner than I thought. That is very soon. That's in a little over a month. It's gonna be so good. When I watched the trailer, I had a little bit of tears of joy in my eyes. It was really good. The music, the voice actors. I'm a little bit surprised about what's his name, Quifrey. I read it in German, so if I say the names wrong, I'm sorry, because they have different names sometimes. Like agate is not called agate in German. she's called Agata. So I have to get used to the names, but I think Quifrey is also his name in English. I was surprised by his voice. His voice actor is actually the one that also voiced Kaneki Ken, you know, from Tokyo Ghoul. Very cool stuff, very cool stuff. I sent, it's kind of old though. Let me see. Oh, wow. Wait, that's so cute. Oh, wow. Damn, the thighs. It's a very juicy piece of art. But yeah. I don't know what I was... why I was even talking about my design. That just kind of happened. I've been drawing like a lot of different things. I even drew like a ghost design, you know, since my name is Spooky. I thought like, oh, it would make sense if I had like a ghost kind of theme going on. And I messed around with it a little bit, but I didn't really love it too much. I feel like the next thing that I make has to be like something that I will be permanently happy with. So I'm thinking about stuff that I genuinely just love. And I think I'm coming up with the right stuff slowly but surely. Stuff like, oh, I kind of want to have animal ears, or oh, I kind of want to have horns or something like that. And I feel like when I started designing my VTuber OC, is that how I will call it? Yes, that's how I will call it. I feel like I included those things, and then I was like, nah, you know what? Let's go with something entirely different for some reason. Sometimes you just gotta trust your gut and go with the stuff that you keep drawing over and over and over and be like, yeah, I have to just accept that this is what I like, even if it looks a little silly? I don't know. I don't trust my designing skills, so maybe that's just why I feel like that's how it comes off as silly. I need Spooky as a boo. I can show you the design that I made of me looking like a ghost. I don't have it on my PC though. I'll have to send it to you later. I think it actually came out kind of cute. It's very simple. Like there's no details or anything like that. There's literally nothing on the clothes that stands out remotely. But like the idea, you can see the idea, and I think it looks alright. I think it looked kind of cute. Go spooky with 60% opacity. Can you adjust the opacity in VTube Studio? I don't think you can. Oh wait, you can, of like separate art meshes, I think, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna make myself 60% opacity. Wait, can I do that in OBS? Maybe that'd be easier, actually. Live 2D. No, I can't! I can't! Maybe if it wasn't Spout 2. So sad. Spook is one of the most transparent streamers on the platform. Yeah, I'm basically see-through. Should be pretty quick with a transparency filter on OBS. I don't know how OBS works. You're giving me too much credit. I barely know how to press the start streaming button. That's as far as my knowledge goes. But okay. We're gonna play some Higurashi today. Oh yeah, speaking of Higurashi, actually not okay. I got everything sorted into my bookshelf today, and I realized that I'm missing 8 volumes in total. One of them is on the way by like a different sender, or seller rather. So I'm curious if that one's gonna show up. That's the one that I had to pay like extra shipping for, and that cost me 30 euros for 1 volume. I have no tracking information about it, but it should arrive by sometime March is what they said. We'll see if it actually does arrive. But yeah. Other than that, the other 7 are apparently still on the way. I totally thought that they sent all of them at once. And when I checked, I was like, oh, damn, I'm missing like 1 or 2. Oh, I'm missing 3 or 4. Oh, I'm missing 7. And then I checked, I'm like, oh, wait, they didn't even send it yet. That makes sense. You don't have to do it, but you are able to right-click a source, add filters, and then you can add a video filter. Filter. Plus. That's a lot of options. I don't see transparency though. It's probably one of the other ones, and something that I can adjust there will make me transparent. Yeah, that is a lot. That is a lot. Hello, Nu. Hi, hi. How are you? I feel very important. You are important. Hope you've been doing good. I know I sent you that, like, cat design of mine. But actually, I started working on a different one that I actually also wanted to show you. I think that one actually might just be overall better, but we can talk about it another time. I'm so sorry for what's going on in our Discord DMs. No, it's okay. I saw and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna let you cook. I'm gonna let you cook. And I will take a look at it later. I'm very happy that you're taking the time to send me all of that. I saw when you started, I looked over to Discord and I'm like, oh god, Nu is cooking like crazy. But I see some good stuff already. I'm like going through the links that you sent me and it looks good. It would be chroma key, then you turn down opacity option. I have to play around with that. Maybe, oh god, remember for Halloween when I like had a silly little effect on my chibi model that I had back then, back in the day? Do you remember that? That was kind of cute. I actually feel like I need to prepare a PowerPoint presentation to guide you through the BL landscape of 2026. You do, you do. Yeah, Nu is sending me BL recommendations. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Yeah, if you don't know, I do enjoy BL. I also enjoy Girls Love. Both are very good, very nice. I haven't read much BL actually in the past 10 years. I think the first thing that I've read that is like true BL, I suppose, would be The Summer He Could Have Died. What I like to think is BL in my mind is Owari no Seraph, even though it's not confirmed BL. It's BL in my mind, okay? Like I can enjoy it with my fantasy, with my shipping capabilities. Though the author makes it very easy for me to ship the two main characters. Yeah, I've been mostly reading like Girls Love or watching Girls Love anime because I feel like we've been getting spoiled on that front. We've been getting so many, which is so good. Is it a lot of GL manga that I haven't read yet? I should get into it. Yeah, I have a few that I bought recently, like Love Bullet, This Monster Wants to Eat Me, then I Love Amy or something, I think was the name. I keep forgetting it. Mimosa Confessions. I don't know if there was another one. But yeah, all of those I still have to read. Yeah, I think the plural of manga is just manga. So don't worry about the S. The Summer He Could Have Died counts? Yeah, I would say it counts for me. I would classify that as BL. I had a few moments where I was watching the anime because I haven't actually read the manga fully yet. Where I had my heart was beating a little fast. I was like, oh boy, this is really good. It clearly makes it easy to make BL ships in Owari no Seraph. Yeah, like they want you to do that, and I love it. I love it. It's probably my favorite ship, non-confirmed ship. Well, they basically say they love each other throughout the story, but you know, it's always in the I love you like family. Sure, like family. They're not related, by the way, if you're worried about that. They're not related at all. But, you know, they're like found family. I wish I was better at reading, but it takes so long for me to get into the reading mood. I get you. I totally get that. Like, when I read stuff, it takes me forever. Like, I haven't read the novel that I'm on currently in, like, weeks. Weeks! And even when I do read, it takes so long. What I find really helps is like having the book physically. When I read like on my phone or my tablet, I read so slow, so much slower. And that's really unfortunate. But when I have the book physically, I feel like it goes by very quickly. I feel like I can get into the mood way quicker. I don't know if it's just the whole experience or something, but it's just better. Love Bullet, the art is so yummy. Yeah, the art looks so good. That was what like initially got me interested in it. And like the cover, I only have the first volume because I didn't have any other ones here. But the first volume looks so good. I haven't read it yet. I flipped like through some of the pages and I was like, oh my god, this is gonna be awesome. And I've seen like a lot of stuff about Love Bullet on social media when it was like initially exploding all over the place. So yeah, I look forward to reading that. You maybe loves him like family, but Mika though, no way. Yeah, Mika, 100%, he does not just love him like family. You is a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of an airhead. So even if he did, he probably doesn't truly realize it, that he has like romantic feelings for Mika. But I like to think that they have romantic feelings for each other. But Mika, I feel like, portrays very clear romantic feelings throughout for you throughout the story multiple times. And I feel like anyone who can't see that needs to check their eyes. Maybe I'm just delusional though. I've noticed recently how many popular series are about adults taking care of orphans. Spy X Family, Frieren, Yusha K. I don't know about Yusha K. I haven't heard of that one before, I think. But yeah. I've talked about it before, but I feel like I like stories about people just struggling like crazy. Like I love seeing, especially like kids struggle through like impossible situations. I find it very interesting to see like how authors write like kids genuinely. Like take The Promised Neverland, for example, where like every kid is a literal genius, and it's so interesting to read through what the kids actually think and how they navigate situations and how they solve the problems that they face. I think it's very interesting. Ovarino Setup is still ongoing. Yep, it's still ongoing. It's yeah, not finished yet. I stopped at some point because I ran out of volumes to read, so now I'm collecting them. I'm buying every time I see a new volume, but I'm not reading them because I read them too fast. Once I get into Ovarino Setup, there's no stopping me, unfortunately, and I just have to stop until it's like properly finished. And our friends were reading Ovarino Setup novels up to date, and apparently they are very disappointed based on whatever is going on, like in a way where it's impossible to go in any romantic direction for anyone. Don't ask me exactly what is going on, but I got a TLDR and it's weird. Yeah, actually the newest volume that I read was very strange. I think they had an, I don't know if they switched the artist or what happened. Like a lot of things have been happening around the series. And I think at some point when I was reading the manga, I was like, what the hell is happening? And it was so different from like the rest of the story, and I couldn't quite tell where they were going with it. But I haven't continued reading after that. I was left on a cliffhanger, and then I haven't picked up new volumes for a while, and then I did, and now I'm just waiting for it to be finished. I can't believe it's still ongoing, but yeah, it was kind of strange. And I feel like they were definitely shifting away from like the romance stuff that I feel like they were building up quite heavily in the earlier chapters of the manga, and like even like throughout the middle parts of it too. And then they suddenly just dropped the ball on it and it got a little strange, but I haven't kept reading. They also like changed publishers here in Germany, which is why I have exactly one volume that's by Crunchyroll, like that has the Crunchyroll cover. And the other ones came with like a plastic cover on top that you could take off, and it still had like the old publisher's covers, but I can't find the one that I have from Crunchyroll from the old one, and now I'm stuck with it. It's so unfortunate. But that's another story. I like stories about people struggling, especially kids. I know it sounds fucked up, but I like seeing the creative like takes authors have. I don't know. It's cool. What in the Steven universe? Also, hello, La Thai fan. Hi. Hope you're doing good today. It's government propaganda to trick people into having kids. What exactly? The writing stories about kids struggling? Or probably the orphan stories are on the rise. I think it's just very heartwarming, actually. to see them. It doesn't want to make me have kids, but it does make me feel like, aw, that's so sweet. Good for them. I still believe that the ship will sail. I'm hoping to. See, stream games make sense. Do I have that many on there with struggling kids? Oh, you mean Higurashi, probably. Yes, Higurashi, 100%. Or Danganronpa, that one too. I could imagine it changing rapidly based on where the anime ended. That makes sense. I feel like it had like a certain direction for a while, but yeah, like near the end when I stopped reading, it just changed a lot. It kind of has a similar... Oh god, I hope it doesn't end like The Promised Neverland, because the manga just kind of dropped the ball, and then I ended up super disappointed in it, and I'm kind of getting the same vibe from Owari no Seraph, so... Oh god, let's hope that it doesn't end the same way, because I'm gonna be so disappointed that another one of my favorite series ever has a very mediocre ending to it. That would be very unfortunate. I still have to watch/read Hunter x Hunter. And the author got bonked by the editors or something. Maybe. I'm not sure. It wouldn't be the most unlikely thing to have happened. Also, hello, Derek. Hi. Hope we're doing it today. It's always hard to stick to the landing on the ending. Yeah, I feel like I've rarely been like completely satisfied with a story's ending. I'm like trying to think about it, but I don't think I've ever read something or like even played something where I was like, okay, this ending is like 100% satisfying. I think it's really hard to do that. I'm trying to think of like my favorite games, and unless it's like games with multiple endings, like say Hollow Knight or something, I feel like I've just never been truly satisfied with endings. Thinking about my favorite game, Omori, would I say that I'm satisfied with the endings that I've played? Not really. Not entirely, but it could be worse. They could be worse. I'm also not a fan of like open-ended endings. Does that make sense? So, Omori... I'm not gonna say too much, so don't worry about spoilers, but the one ending that we got for Omori on stream, I feel like that was a little unsatisfying. It is unsatisfying to this date, because it's a little open-ended. Even though you can imagine what will happen. It's gonna hurt so much more with Owari no Seraph with how long it is. Yep, it will tear my heart apart and I will cry. I hear Danganronpa and kids struggling, and now my brain goes straight to Ultra Despair Girls. I still have to finish playing that. I still have my save state on my Vita. I should get a capture card for my Vita and just stream that. Hello, Ayo. Hi. We're doing good today. I think the only ending I was ever satisfied with was Mega Man 04. I've never played a Mega Man game, so I actually have no clue what they're about. Omori's ending did break my brain. I still love it though. It was a good ending, but I wasn't satisfied with it just like out of my own selfish reasons, you know? I wanted them to be more clear about it. Because I like to have a very precise ending and being told how exactly it ends. I'm also like a fan of like shows when they show what the characters are up to a couple of years after the main story has concluded or something. I don't know. I think that's always fun. All I remember about Ultra Despair Girls are the yucky, weird stuff. I haven't played it that much, actually. I think I haven't gotten to the yucky, weird stuff. I mean, Danganronpa is always kind of weird. Not yucky necessarily, but weird for sure. I don't know if I got to those parts. A good epilogue would have been nice, yeah. I think that would have been nice, but I think it's also nice that they left it open-ended. It just leaves a lot of room for interpretation, which is maybe what they wanted to achieve in the end, so I think that's fine. I have my own ending in mind for it, and I think that's okay. But yeah, before I keep yapping and I destroy my throat even more, Let's read. Sorry, I keep saying play even though we're not playing really. Let's read Higurashi, yeah? If I'm gonna be talking anyway, might as well make progress. Let me go here. Let me click on the game. Let me do that. Let me get out my book and candle. And let's get reading. I actually have a little bit of a headache, so I will try to remember to drink water. Yes, you also drink water. Stay hydrated or something. Let me also adjust the game volume before I forget again. With modern science, we can fix that throat after the fact. No! Yudia would perform a lobotomy on me so that my throat stays hydrated at all times. If that even works. It wouldn't, but you know. Hope it goes away, thank you. I think I'm just, I don't know. Like, in the winter, I feel like my nose gets, like, really stuffy. And I woke up with, like, the stuffiest nose ever. And then usually when my nose is like really stuffy, I also have a really bad headache, so I think that was probably related. A super random quick question. Do you use your stream mic for anything else other than streaming, like singing, recording? I'm not really good at singing. I would love to. I did actually like record me singing to like my favorite songs before, but I would never upload them like ever. Just to like hear what it sounds like. So, maybe? No. If I could sing, I would. But I just do it for fun, just to listen to what I sound like every now and then. You probably wouldn't mind your throat after the procedure, at least. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that would be okay. Solidarity, my sinuses. Ah! A horrible in winter? Yeah, absolutely. It's been like particularly rough this winter. The thing is that I also have some issues with my ears where I don't get a lot of, well, the air doesn't circulate well through my ears. I don't know if that makes sense, like anatomically. But like you can like hold your nose, like pinch your nose, and then you can like breathe out, and that usually balances out the pressure in your ears. Do you know what I mean? And I have to do that very frequently because my left ear will be blocked so easily, and there's nothing that I can do about it. And when my sinuses are blocked, or like, you know, swollen, they will also sometimes be, it gets really, really difficult for any air to, like, get out of my left ear. I don't know if I'm, like, explaining it correctly in English, but, it's a very unpleasant pressure that I have on my ear at all times in the winter, and it's a little sucky, but it's okay. I look forward to Spooky's cover of the Higurashi opening upon conclusion of the VNs. That would be something, huh? I investigated and I might get the same one because it's mainly for vocals, so I was wondering why you chose it for streaming. I chose it because the reason is actually a little bit silly. I chose my mic because there was another person that I was watching who uses this exact mic, and I absolutely loved how they sounded on their stream. And I was like, wow, they sound really, really good. And I was like, I'm just gonna try it, and I'm just gonna order it and see how it goes. And then I liked it so much that I just kept it. That's actually the reason why. Because I was struggling to find a microphone that wasn't giving me weird feedback from my monitors, for example, or that wasn't making me sound more nasally than I already do. And this was the only one that didn't do that for me. After having tried like 4 different microphones, I was like, okay, I think I'm just gonna stick with this one, even though I don't sing or record anything. Singing old Vocaloid songs. Oh, that would be kind of fun. If I could sing, I would. That sounds like a pain. I'm sorry you gotta deal with that. It's okay. Oh, I'm a little used to it already, but it's a little bit annoying. I'm using the Neumann TLM 103, I think? I'm sorry if that's not the correct one. I think it's this one. It's a very expensive microphone, but I thought that it would be okay, even if it's like insanely expensive, if I kept it for like forever. And I never got a new one, like ever. So I just said, okay, it's fine. This once I will spend that much money. Hello Aeolus. Hi, hope you're doing good. I didn't keep all of the microphones that I tried. I have one that I kept that is what is it? A condenser and dynamic. I have a condenser right now, and it was a dynamic microphone. But it wasn't very good. I just keep it for like emergencies. It was the very first one that I got, and it works, so I kept it. But the other ones I sent back before I got this one. Also, hello Lucy. Hope you're doing good today. When my nephew needs to keep popping his ears, we chew gum or suck on lollipops, and that seems to help. Yeah, gum helps me a lot sometimes. But I haven't tried chewing it in a while. It used to help me though. It's a very fancy and good microphone. I just wish I had more use cases for it, you know? I think it's not the most optimal for streaming. I had to actually like put like foam panels on my walls for it to not pick up the echo in my room, because it's a very sensitive microphone. Usually condenser microphones aren't even recommended for streaming. Usually you're supposed to get a dynamic microphone, but every dynamic microphone that I had was giving me issues, and I just gave up. And I was like, okay, I'm just gonna get a condenser, and that's it. And the setting between the 102 and 103, I still don't get the difference other than the price. Was the 102, which one was that? Let me see. Because I also looked at that one, I think. Oh, is that the one that's a little bit cheaper? Yeah, okay. I don't think I looked at this one too much, because I think I heard something about it, and I wasn't super keen on getting it after that. Do you know the channel Podcastage? This one? Podcast Age, maybe? I don't know how to pronounce their YouTube channel. But this guy reviews like a lot of different microphones, and he compares it to other microphones as well in the same video. And I think he has one on the TLM 102, and I think he also compares it to the 103. It might help you. I think he gives some really good advice. $1,000. It's very expensive. I wouldn't say that anyone needs to get this microphone. I think there's way cheaper options out there. I was just really frustrated at that point. As long as you're happy with it, with how it sounds, that's more important. That's true. I'm very happy with it, and I don't feel like I need to get a new microphone ever. So I'm okay. I think I could still tweak it, especially like all of my filters, but for now, it's okay. I also have a very shitty XLR, what is it called again? Interface. But it's good enough. It's the Wave XLR. It's like one of the cheapest ones that you can get, and it's by Elgato, which is not a company that maybe you should buy as a, you know, a sound interface from. But it works. How long have you had this microphone? Since the beginning of last year, so for roughly a year. A little over a year, maybe. Yeah, I haven't messed with my settings in a long time, though. I feel like it's fine as it is right now. It doesn't bother me as much. But I did have to fix the reverb a little bit, so which is why I added the foam panels. I feel like otherwise I would have been really unhappy. But right now, I think it sounds a lot better than it did a couple of months ago. So that's already good enough for me. I've been happy with my Elgato Wave 3. I think that's a pretty well-regarded microphone if you don't like stream or anything like that. From what I understand, basically any audio interface is a huge step up from not having one. Yeah, I think when you have like the option to buy a microphone, it's best to like buy one that has an XLR connection? Oh my god, I'm struggling with my English today. That you can plug in via XLR, that's what I mean to say. I think there's like even the Shure microphones, the like MV7, I think it is. The one that's like pretty popular among streamers too. Because it's like fairly cheap and it's very good quality. People use that one and they have an XLR version for it. They also have one that I think only has USB and one that has USB and XLR. And I feel like at that point, just get the XLR and just get like a very cheap audio interface. I used to have XLR to USB for the microphones I have as a hand-me-down, but that, as it turns out, is a very bad idea. That sounds awful. That doesn't sound very good. MV7 has USB XLR, or MV7 Plus, I forgot. Yeah, I think they even have like a new one, MV7X or something. I don't know, they have very strange names. But they're all the same microphone, just slightly updated versions and with different cable output thingies. You get me? But yeah. That's about microphones. I wanted to get a new audio interface, but I haven't really felt the need to. I actually tried out the one that basically every streamer has, or had. I think it went out of support. The really big Go XLR, I think it's called. And that one just straight up never worked for me. It kept breaking every time I restarted my PC, and it just wouldn't register the microphone, and I was like, fuck this. People really love it, and it has like a really cool mixer and everything. But first of all, it's huge. Second of all, it just didn't work for me. They literally look the same to me other than the ports. Yeah, I think they're basically the same microphone. Though the XLR will obviously be better. Anyway, I think we started with this fragment, and then I was like, yeah, I should wrap up, and then I just ended the stream, so I'm sorry about that. I felt a little silly, but I also felt very tired. So I went to eat, and then I went to bed. I needed to get some rest after having... We actually did do like a 4-hour stream. I felt a little silly having started the fragment and then not being able to read it. But here we are, now we can read it, it's fine. We can do it now. I forgot what this one was about though. Maybe we should wrap up for now. I don't think you're in the mood today. That's not true. Sorry if I gave you that impression. She says, with this face. Does this face tell you that she's having a good time? I don't think so. Takano-san has been looking through the viewfinder, but I haven't seen her push the shutter at all. While she came along, I don't think she's in the mood for bird watching. Takano-san has been depressed ever since the announcement of the new policies at the board meeting the other day. That's understandable. The Edie Institute was created by her in the first place. It was created so that she can devote her life to researching Hinamizawa syndrome. For all that to be tossed aside while being asked to wrap up work within a few years, of course she's depressed. Besides, she can't even fully spend the rest of the time left on research. Their funding was being cut in stages, and by the end, they'll barely be able to finish closing up, let alone research anything. I heard that she's the granddaughter of late Dr. Takano. Her determination to finish her grandfather's research is what kept her going until today. Since everything has been going so smoothly until recently, this sudden change in the wind's direction must have been a total shock. The shift in people pulling the strings must be pretty serious. The board of directors was completely changed out, and she heard that people and projects influenced by the Koizumi faction were being restructured to set an example. They really just used his death as a chance to completely flip everything upside down, which is good and bad. I thought you were ending stream. When you said wrap up, I forgot it was actual dialogue in the game. Yeah, that was a good 45 minutes of stream. It was nice to be here. That's it. Someone's new direction seems likely to remain for a long time. It's highly unlikely that the Koizumi faction will come back into power. So no matter what we say, it's almost impossible to expect the same kind of support from them.
もうどうにもならないのかしら。
Isn't there something we can do? Takano-san muttered. Unfortunately, there isn't. There's nothing anyone can do.
最初、理事会では即時研究を中止という話も出たんだ。それをなんとか納得させて、数年間で段階的に終了というところまで勝ち取ってくれたんだよ。
At first, the board talked about halting the research immediately, but after lots of convincing, they finally agreed to make it a gradual suspension over a few years.
入江機関発足で僕たちを世話してくれた人たちがね。
The people who helped us when the Irie Institute was first created are the ones who managed that. Kind of surprising that they wanted to halt it entirely, considering they would doom an entire town full of people, 2,000 people to be exact. Very interesting.
なるほど。一見最悪と思えるこの状況も、それでも陰で誰かが勝ち取ったギリギリの成果なのね。
I see. Well, it looks like the worst case scenario. It's actually somebody else's hard-earned victory, huh?
それで勝ち取った期間がせいぜい3年なんだ。僕も一応努力はしたんだよ。高野さんが今日までに作った資料を理事会に説明し、とても重要な研究であることをアピールしたつもりなんだけど。
3 years was the best they could do. I tried too, you know. I used your data to try and explain to the board how important this research is.
それでも
Oh my god, she
3年で
just
おしまい
shrunk!
なのね。
Only 3 more years, huh? Maybe Takano-san doesn't understand how hard I tried to convince them, because what she just said tells me the length of time left really doesn't matter to her. The important thing is that her research is being stopped. The fact is that I couldn't meet her expectations and made her feel disappointed. As a man, it kind of hurts. I mean, it's not really like he has any say in the matter.
僕にできることは、せめて研究が畳まれるまでの数年間、心残りがないよう研究できるだけの予算をつけるための根回しをしてあげることだけだ。ごめん。こんな程度のことしかできなくて。
I find it kind of interesting that Tomitaka feels so bad about this. I don't know if he knew that they were like conducting research on that biological weapon. I think he did. Because he knew Koizumi and he was like in all of the beginning meetings that they had at the formation of the Irie Institute. So while I like Tomitaka, I feel like he's like all of them, also a very morally gray character because he was just okay with them doing research on a very fucked up biological weapon that they could use. The best I can do at this point is route as much funding as possible towards the research, so that you can work to your heart's content for the few years we have left. Sorry, I can't do anything else.
いいのよ。それが二郎さんにできる精一杯なのなら、それでとても嬉しいもの。
That's okay. If that's the best you can do, then I'm very happy. Her words hurt me. I wish she'd chosen different ones, but I think that would be asking too much from someone so heartbroken. I must be understanding of her pain at a time like this. Besides, I know how close she was to the deceased Koizumi-sensei. She even called him uncle. To her, his death is not just the start of a coup or a change of direction. She lost an important person who was always looking after her. No matter how hard she pushed herself to act villainous, she wasn't supposed to be part of this world. She was just an ordinary woman. But she was intrigued by Hinamizawa syndrome, and she had to find help from someone who had more power than her to be able to continue research on it. The dark side of the world she should never have gotten involved in, extended its hands out to her. She was left all by herself in that world, and she's still trying to put on a brave face. I don't know if I would call her a normal woman, considering that she ends up murdering an entire village, but you know. I guess circumstances make a monster or something. Hello, Zero. Hope you're doing good today. I'm sure Takano-san thinks I'm unreliable. Realistically, I'm not the kind of person who can meet her expectations, nor do I have the power to. The least I can do for her is stay sincere and remain her ally until the very end. Since she had so much room to act, it's harder for her to determine what actions to take when she's cornered. I wanted to believe she wouldn't, but I'm concerned that she might do something drastic eventually. Oh my god, he had the right idea. What girl boss hadn't slaughtered a few villages, am I right? Sure. I hope I can be of help to her in that very final moment before she makes her move. But I can't even gain enough trust from her to do that. How pitiful and pathetic. Of course, part of it is, as a man, I want her to rely on me. But that's not really it. She's been abandoned in this world and is all alone, so someone has to be her ally. And if I'm the only one who knows about that, then being her ally is my job. He sees her as a little wet kitten in a box outside in the rain, and he wants to take her in. I got absolutely destroyed in a Digimon TCG tournament yesterday. You went to a tournament? That's pretty cool, though. I think going to the tournament is a win in itself. I know her too well, so I know that she'll never ask for help. Even if she says it's unnecessary, someone has to be with her. I know that. I don't really think I'm suited for that job. I'm sure that there are many reliable people out there who are more appropriate for the position than me. But I can't let her be alone until that person appears.
高野さん、僕は全然頼りがいもないし、みっともない男かもしれないけど。
Takano-san, I know I'm pathetic and unreliable.
何突然。どうしたの、ジローさん。
What's this all of a sudden? What is it, Jiro-san?
それでも頼ってもらえたらきっと力になれることもあると思うんだ。だから。
But I think I can be of help to you, so...
ありがとう。でも私、喋るだけでも心が軽くなるっていうのをあまり信じてないの。ごめんなさいね。気にしてもらえるだけでもとても嬉しいわよ。
Thank you, but I don't believe that talking to people helps you feel better. Sorry, though I'm happy to hear that you're concerned. I really am. She doesn't believe in therapy?
そうかい。ならいいんだ。僕はずっと味方だから。それだけは信じていてほしいな。
Okay, that's fine. I'll always be on your side. Please believe that, okay?
もちろん信じてるわ。理事会をうまく説得できる方法があったら、ぜひ教えてね。
Of course, I will. If you think of a good idea to convince the board, please let me know, okay?
僕なりにも努力してみるよ。
Sure, I'll do my best. I think this interaction is really sweet, even though they're both, well, Takano more so than Tomitake, but they're both morally gray characters, and I think that makes it a little harder for me to be like, oh, how cute, how sweet. But it is kind of sweet, a little bit. Oh yeah, thank you for the 35 stream streak, Zero. Also, thank you to Rising for the 50. I don't think I acknowledged it earlier. Thank you. Why is it? I know she's such a strong person and there's nothing someone like me can do for her. But somehow, I feel she needs help and support right now. She looks as tough as ever. But only I, who has been taking pictures of her all this time, can tell. A viewfinder, after all, is also a window to look into someone's heart. But if I say something like that, she'll tease me again, so I won't. Anyway, I never thought she needed support more strongly than I do right now. Starting to feel bad for her, even though she doesn't really deserve it. She's a villain. She kills 2,000 people, don't forget that. I love her, but damn. Been taking pictures of her? Yeah. He's been collecting the pictures. Okay, we can also read Deja Vu, I'm pretty sure. Completion of the medicine C, 117 is required. I think we got that, yeah. I support women's rights as well as women's wrongs. True, honestly. I should be more like you. I'm conflicted with about my feelings for Takano because I love her. But like what she does is so fucked up to the point that I don't know, I'm struggling to be very supportive of her. But I think she's an awesome character. She was written in a really good way. Gotta step up your game, Spooky. Just gotta lose all morals, true. You know, I felt bad for James after he killed his wife. But I don't feel bad for Takano after she kills an entire village. I feel like they should be considered equal, yeah? Broccoli or cauliflower? No! No, if you say that, it makes it really hard for me to love her. She says she doesn't believe in that talking to people will help you feel better. I think she needs to start believing in therapy and go there. I have no dog in this race. I wouldn't date Takano anyways. I would admire her from afar and cheer her on. Go girl, you kill an entire village of innocent people. Hell yeah. Hey, Nakagawa-kun. Long time no see. Still at it lately? You know, that. Wahahaha. No, not at all. It's no fun getting old. You've got to concentrate when you work with clay. If you put it off for a long time, your senses get dull and there's no point. Sensei, allow me to introduce someone. This is Major Takano.
はじめまして。
Very nice to meet
本
you.
日はお忙しい中、お時間をお割きくださいましてありが
Thank
と
you
うご
for
ざいます。
taking time to meet with me today. I truly appreciate it. Oh yeah, this is why it's called Deja Vu. It reminds me of the time that she first got the Edie Institute approved. I really didn't make time for you, actually. I was told that I could have some good raw sea urchins. Sea urchins are good for you, did you know? Rich in vitamin A, and they're good for your skin. Well, that's one requirement we have down now as well. Women like sea urchins, right? What is this guy talking about? It is true that sea urchins are rich in vitamin A, but compared to spinach, it's not anything that's worth making a fuss about. Well, none of that matters right now. He just seemed like an unpleasant man, so I wanted to criticize him. These men are the directors of the Alphabet Project who control the funding for the Idia Institute. They're also people who are in the position of being able to offer their opinions to those directors. To put it in a simpler way, they are the new owners of the Idia Institute. Although not as much as Uncle Koizumi was, they're also leaders and influencers in various fields. I have to be very careful not to upset them. And therefore, there is no way I would have had the ability to call them in. By using the influence that the Koizumi faction once had, I finally managed to get this chance. Uncle Koizumi, who gave me his full support and made everything go my way, is not here anymore. I'm on my own from this point on, and I will open up a path. But this stage just doesn't belong to me today. I can't let the people who offered me this chance lose face, so I have to wait patiently until it's my turn. My primary objective today is to explain what a prominent research subject the Hinamizawa syndrome is, and acquire an indefinite extension of our research. They only ever think about money, so they aren't even realizing the hidden potential of Hinamizawa syndrome. Potential? The potential to use it as a weapon and kill even more people! They don't recognize that it's worth spending a lot of money on. This is not mere research on the existence of an unknown parasite, but something that may overthrow the basic foundations of anthropology. A Nobel Prize wouldn't even be enough. It won't be easy trying to explain all that to men who know nothing about any of it, but I have to. That's why I spend many hours making these straightforward support documents. Sometimes we make documents confusing on purpose because we don't like dealing with uneducated people, but this time it's different. I can't look down at them. I must sincerely try to make them understand. The accessible support documents are there in a huge pile. It feels like we're wasting time eating traditional Japanese food in such a relaxed mood. I want to get to the point and explain to them in detail so they can understand. But there is the saying, luck lies in the last helping. I have to be patient right now. Go get him, Tiger.
正直ね、これまでのアルファベットはあまり良くないと思うのです。
To be frank, I thought the alphabet project we've seen wasn't that good.
結局こいつは未だ頭の中が時代遅れの年寄りどものね、お砂場みたいなもんだったんですな。
In the end, it's been nothing but a sandbox for the old men with their heads still stuck in the Pacific War.
年寄りどもが自分のじゃない金で過去の栄光を取り戻す夢を描くお砂場です。
Nothing but a sandbox for those old men to craft their dreams of Imperial Japan's revival with money that isn't theirs.
そんな年寄りどもの妄想のために一体どれだけの公金が垂れ流されたやら。
Do you know how much public funding was wasted on those delusions? I feel like the deja vu is not going to be of the day that she got the funding for the Idiot Institute, but of the day that her grandfather's heart was shattered. Hello, Stony. Hope you're doing good today.
聞いた話じゃ、奥野先生あたりが検察をつっついて旧理事会を横領で追わせてるらしいですな。
From what I've heard, there are already prosecutors poking people like Okuno sensei and trying to pin embezzlement on the old board of directors.
年寄りたちをよいしょしてうまい汁を吸っていた連中の末路ですな。
That's what you get for trying to suck up to those old men. Sometimes I wish I had a hearty laugh like that. I wanna be able to go, "Wah, ha, 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 ha," but like really evil like this guy.
もっとも表沙汰にはできんでしょうから、別件で隕石左遷といった形になるんでしょうが。
Of course, none of it can be made public, so I guess they'll be held responsible or demoted in another form.
いやはや、これも戦前の亡霊をずっと野放しにしていた日本のツケですな。
This is what the country gets for letting these ghosts of the war run around freely all this time.
いやー、この野球にの汁もたまらない。
Boy, these grilled sea urchins are fantastic.
これは手厳しい。
Well, this is harsh.
そんな中で先生にこんなお願いをするのは非常になんですが。
I realize it's extremely difficult to ask this of you all when you feel this way, but
一つお時間を頂戴できればと思いまして。
might I have a moment of your time?
入江機関さんでしたっけ？
Who was Nakagawa again? I don't remember that name. You're from the Idiot Institute, aren't you?
確か長野だか岐阜の方で風土病の研究をされてるんでしたな。
You're researching some kind of local disease in Nagano or Gifu, right?
どういうことになってましたっけ？
What's going on down
理
there?
事会の決定で軍事転用研究が中止に。
The board has decided to halt the research for military
あ
applications.
と研究そのものも3年以内に段階的終了に決定しています。
The research project itself is to wrap up within 3 years as well.
いえ、これは継続協議中でした。
Oh, no, sorry. That's still being discussed.
そのいずれにしましても数年以内に閉鎖になる予定です。
Anyhow, our work is scheduled to be shut down within a few years.
おお、
You sound so happy about that.
思い出した思い出した。入江機関さんは旧理事会でも評判が悪かったみたいですな。
Yes, I remember now. The Idiot Institute had a bad reputation even among the old board of directors.
何しろ莫大な予算をほとんど無審査で吸い取ってましたからね。
After all, it sucked up huge funds with barely any inspections.
某大先生がどういうわけか、このプロジェクトをやたら後押しされてたみたいでしてね。
I don't know why, but someone high up kept pushing it for some
その
reason.
絡みもあって、結局誰も文句が言えずに放置されてきたってのが実際のようです。
Because of that, nobody could really say anything about it and it was left alone. I'm surprised to see how much influence Koizumi really had. I didn't realize it.
まあでもな、もう大先生は女癖が悪かったから、それもあったのかもしれませんな。
But you know, that guy loved to flirt around with women, so maybe that had something to do with it. Is he implying that I slept with Uncle Koizumi? He's insulting both of us. Wow. Now you're insulting him too. But I held my anger in. I can't let myself be bothered by something like this. These guys
それで
suck.
本日は当機関の研究内容について説明させていただき、当機関に対する理事会の決定についてどうかご再考をお願いしたいと思いまして、お時間を頂戴させていただきました。
Anyway, today I would like to explain to you the details of our institute's research and ask you to reconsider your decision.
本日はこのような場へご多忙な中お越しいただきましたことを深く御礼申し上げます。
I truly appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend this meeting today.
ま、ただでウニが出てくるわけはないってことですな。
Well, I guess they don't give out free sea urchins for nothing, huh? Can you stop talking about the sea urchins, please? I explained to them how much the Hinamis of a syndrome mattered while being very careful not to go too fast. I tried to let them know that the syndrome's potential is not limited to small things like military applications, but is much more meaningful than that. It may explain ideology and religion. It may even shake the very definition of a human being. I took my time to explain as slowly and clearly as possible. I'm not confident that all of it had gotten through to those boorish men, but I'm happy if they understood even just a part of it. Boorish? What does that mean? Come on, Google. You can do it. You can figure it out. Rudeness of manner due to insensitiveness to others' feelings and unwillingness to be agreeable. New word unlocked. As long as they understand how much of a magnificent discovery Hinamizawa syndrome really is.
ありがとう、サンサ。
Thank you, Major.
なるほど。
I see.
ちょっと検討したいので、サンサには一度下がってもらってよろしいですかな。
We would like to discuss among ourselves, so could you please excuse yourself?
はい。それでは失礼させていただきます。
Yes, thank you. Obviously, they can't discuss in front of me. I left all the documents with them. All I could do now was hope they viewed them favorably. I have a feeling that they won't. Which is probably why she does something drastic, just like Tomitaka predicted. I left the room and closed the sliding door. The room next door is a preparation room, so I was to head there. But I stopped. I shouldn't have done it, but I tried to listen in through the sliding door. Don't do it, you're gonna get caught.
なんと言いますか。
Well, I don't know what to say.
全理事の皆さんも気の毒としか言いようがありませんな。
I feel sorry for everyone on the previous board of directors.
いやー
I know how you feel. The music kind of startled me for a second. Requiem for disaster. This is set up. Oh god. No, it's gonna be... She's gonna get her heart trampled now. Just like her grandfather. And this is what sets her off. This is what she needed to topple her over and make her into a mass murderer.
小泉先生がですね、非常に強く押されていまして。
Koizumi-sensei pushed this so
小
strongly.
泉先生にはローベル製薬日本法人の初代顧問に就任された時に一度お会いし、とても聡明な方だなという印象を強く持っていたのですが、
I met him once before when he became founding director of XX Pharmaceuticals. Seemed like a very intelligent person to me.
人間、年には勝てないということですな。
I guess you just can't win against age.
何事も引き際が肝心だと思い知らされますよ。
It makes you realize how important it is for humans to know when to pull out.
ただですね、ひなみ沢症候群という非常に珍しい病気があるのは事実でございまして。
But it is a fact that this very rare disease called Hinamizawa syndrome really exists.
決して全てが全て妄想というわけではありませんでして。
So not everything is a delusion.
入江機関はすでに病気の解明と治療薬の開発に成功しているというじゃありませんか。
I hear the Iri Institute has already succeeded in identifying the disease and developing a treatment.
それで十分ですよ。
Isn't that enough?
現代日本にとって周辺諸国を過敏にさせる件については厳に慎むべきです。
In modern Japan, we have to be careful with things that might make neighboring countries nervous.
中でも軍事分野は最も敏感と言えるでしょう。
And military-related issues are the most sensitive ones.
少なくとも数年間にわたり軍事目的の研究がされていた事実は直ちに抹消しなくてはなりません。
So, at the very least, we must erase the fact that research for military purposes has been going on for the past few years immediately. Oh god. Okay, there's gonna be an ad break in like a couple of seconds. I feel like from this fragment on, it's just gonna be bad, 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 bad. It's gonna go downhill so fast. But yeah, let me be right back for like 3 minutes. And then we can continue reading. So yeah, get ready for downhill adventures. Hello, I made it back. I choked on my water. I almost died. But I somehow survived. I was just looking at Rice's stream. He's drawing right now. I don't want to shout him out because I'm shy, but I'm shouting him out with my voice, okay? I'm sure he isn't here anymore, but hello, Rice. You should check out Rice right now. He's drawing and he has... I just saw he has the Bing Bong plush. That's really cute. He also has a Fumo of himself. I want to get a Fumo of myself too eventually. I was looking at like artists, plushie artists. Does that make sense? Plushie makers. I wanna get one to like pose for silly things like that. I wanna dump a whole carton of milk on my plushie. No, I won't do that, but you know. Can't believe Spooky almost drowned to death. I almost died. But yeah, the plushie looks really cute. I wanted to get the Bing Bong plush, but I missed out on it, unfortunately. Oh wait, is it still going on? Now I'm getting distracted again, but let me see. Bing Bong plush. It was on Makeship, right? Bing Bong plushie. Oh wait, it's still available for another 4 days. Or wait, is that just the... Oh, it's the ready to ship date. It's February 24th. I wonder if it won't be available after that anymore. Considering it. I do like Peak. I think the developers made a really nice game. A really good game to play with friends. Very relaxing. Bye. I might. Bing Bong has been available for a very long time, I think. Yeah, I think it was like even last year already. I thought they can get reruns for those, but not guaranteed. Oh, you know which ones I've wanted to get? I wanted to get the plushies for Rabbit and Steel. I think that was also Makeship, right? I think... Do they even have one right now? Rabbit and Steel. I want to play that more today. I want to play Rabby Steel. Such a good game. Plush. Makeship. But yeah, they currently have one for the Assassin Rabbit. I want to get the Normal Magician? I don't know what that one was called. That was my favorite class. The Wizard. I think they already had one, but I think it may already be sold out. Ended August 9th. It's gone. It's gone. Oh, I could have gotten it last year. It's so cute. Hold on, let me show you what that one looks like. Super adorable. Browser capture. There you go. Do you see? Isn't that so cute? It's a little wizard. And it's purple and it has a moon. Isn't that so cute? I think it's adorable. Friend gem game. Yeah, Peak is really good. I also really enjoyed Lethal Company, even though I scream every single time that I played. It's like I've never played that game before and like I don't know what will jump scare me and what won't. Yeah, it's really cute. Very adorable. Hello, Zero Patience Dude. Hi. Hope you're doing good today. Yeah, it's very cute. Time to start hunting eBay for plushie resellers. Oh, man. I might get lucky. I'll see. I don't know if it's like super popular in Germany. Guess I'll just have to visit the US at some point and order everything on eBay and stuff that I want to get, that I'm more likely to get there than in Germany. Whoopsie. But okay, let me close that. And let's keep reading. What were they talking? Oh, they were mocking Takano and her research. As per usual, awesome stuff.
それは軍事研究の中止とは別に
Is that separate from simply discontinuing the military research then?
そうです。ひなみざわ将校軍は生物兵器開発のための研究という事実は直ちに研究を中止したとしても残ります。
Yes, even if we stopped it immediately, the fact that this Hinamizawa syndrome was being researched in order to create a biological weapon remains.
ひなみざわ将校軍を目的は何であれ、研究した事実は厳重に隠蔽されなければなりません。
We should hide that fact no matter what purpose the research ends up being used for.
できれば、ひなみざわ将校軍そのものがなくなってしまうのが好ましい。
If possible, it would be best if Hinamizawa syndrome just disappears. Well, it's not that easy. Quick, Google has one for $250 US. Oh, oh, I guess I'm not getting it. So sad. I'll have to check later too, but that seems pretty sad. I might have missed out.
ですな。病気が残ればやがては関心を持つ者が現れ、せっかく埋めた穴をわざわざ掘り返す輩が現れないとも限りません。
That's true. If the disease remains, then sooner or later, someone will become curious about it and dig up the hole we filled.
理事会の決定通り、入江機関は病気を撲滅させ次第、研究の痕跡をすべて消した上で解散させるのがいいでしょう。
I think we should follow the decision of the board of directors, and as soon as the Idiot Institute eradicates this disease, we should have them destroy all evidence of their work before disbanding.
やはりそういう結論に行き着きますな。
I guess that's for the best.
ノーベル賞が取れるかどうかが問題ではなく、戦後日本にとって無用な研究だということです。
Destroy all evidence of their work before disbanding. Yep, she definitely does not want that to happen, which is probably why she decided to do something so drastic. The only way to like keep it alive is by making it known basically worldwide. Like everyone in Japan at least knew about the, you know, volcano gas leakage in Hinamizawa. And wasn't it her who was like spreading like all kinds of conspiracy theories, which actually now the conspiracy theories ended up being true, but I think she did that on purpose. It all is starting to come together. She caused everyone to get killed in Hinamizawa. They tried to hide it as a natural disaster because of the manual, the emergency manual that was made specifically for the case that it, you know, that Rika gets killed, for example, that everyone becomes an L5 patient. And she then made everyone believe that it's only an outbreak, only to later then spread all the theories that they were researching during all these years. That is my understanding of it so far. I think that's probably why she ended up doing that. Did I read this? I guess that's for the best. It's not even a matter of a Nobel Prize. It's just useless for post-war
そ
Japan.
もそも大昔から存在し、 特に異常もなくやってこれたわけでしょ？
Besides, this disease has existed for hundreds of years, right? And we've made it this far without any problems. You know, if you don't count those soldiers in the war killing people because of Hinamizawa's syndrome.
やぶをつっつく研究なのではと当初から思っていました。
From the start, I thought this amounted to little more than just poking around in the bushes.
同感ですな。ひなみざわ症候群という病気の存在自体は疑わないが、この高野という第一発見者は少々この病気を脚色しすぎですな。
Me too. I don't doubt the existence of the syndrome, but Dr. Takano, who discovered the disease, is exaggerating more than a little. Shouldn't have mentioned his name. You shouldn't have trampled on his ideas.
私も資料を読みながらユニークな発想をする人だなぁと思っておりました。
He had quite a unique interpretation of things.
第一、寄生虫で人の思想が染まるなんて聞いたことがない。
First of all, I've never heard of a parasite that's capable of controlling people's thoughts. Well, that's why he was researching it, man.
そりゃいくらなんでもひどすぎる。
It's just too much. If we tried to explain religions with this, then Buddha, Christ, all those people would be, what was it again? Queen carriers? If we tried exposing something like this, we'd be attacked by every nation on the planet. Religion is pretty scary nowadays. Wahahaha, why isn't this voice anymore?
動物の脳に寄生する寄生虫がいるなら、たまには人間の脳に寄生する寄生虫がいてもいいとは思う。
If there are parasites that live in animal brains, then I guess we can say there are parasites that live in human brains too.
しかし、その寄生虫が思想や人格までもコントロールする可能性なんてのは。
That laugh was kind of silly. But for them to control human thoughts, wahahaha.
さすがにこりゃちょっとユニークすぎます。
That's a bit too unique, you know? Why are they like so opposed to the idea? I mean, okay, this is very far-fetched. Like, I will give them that. His ideas are very far-fetched. I think Hinamizawa is like a very specific case in the story where this is happening, you know? I don't think they can end up tying like all sorts of religions to this, which is what they wanted to try proving, or disproving, I guess. That's what research is, disproving or proving something. But, I don't know, I feel like it's not too unlikely that there could be parasites that control the human brain. Because humans are, in the end, just animals too. Wow, wouldn't you believe it? That's crazy. So I don't know why that idea seems so, I don't know, unrealistic to them. It makes no sense to me. Random Wario cameo. You know, one of my favorite Nintendo Universe characters when I was younger was actually, what's his name? Waluigi? The purple one? I love him. He's really funny. That's a bit too unique, you know? As I peeked in through the gap in the sliding door, I became trapped with an unbelievable sense of deja vu. This is my first time experiencing this, but it doesn't feel that way. I don't know why, but the memory is so sad and so painful. Huh? Huh? Why, tears. Before I realized it, I saw a very nostalgic carpeted room on the other side of the sliding door instead of a room covered in tatami mats. The room is filled with the smell of dust mixed in with the smell of some evaporated medicine, but it's very soothing to me just the same. Yep, we're back in Dr. Takano's house. And there is my grandfather. Wah, Luigi. Is that not how you say his name? I feel like someone commented before on how I pronounce his name. What would you call him? Wah, Luigi. Wah, Luigi. Not that I think about it. Maybe I always liked purple. I was a purple hater for a couple of years when I was playing Mabinogi. I had a friend who was like really into purple and she made her entire character purple and I was like, man, I don't like purple. But then throughout the years, I was like, gosh darn, I love purple. And now look at me, I'm purple. Hello, nobody knows. Hi, hope you're doing good today. Thank you for the big emote. Thank you. Also, hello, Mango. Hope you're also doing good today. Shorten this game's name to Higurashi May Cry. Higurashi? It's a totally different name now. I like Orpal. Me too. Orpal is nice. I don't know why I didn't like it for a couple of years. I was just a contrarian. I didn't like purple because everyone else liked purple. His article that he poured his heart into was made a mockery of. I can read. He wasn't even allowed to cry. This isn't a delusion. Because within the documents I left with those men, there are a lot of references to the article my grandfather wrote. So I'm not surprised for my grandfather to be standing right there, explaining it to them himself. Together with my tears from seeing the sight of my beloved grandfather, I watched these men insult and belittle his masterpiece. I have seen this sight before, and the sight should have ended there. But why is it repeating before my eyes? I can only blankly peek through the sliding door at the strange world where reality and illusion overlap.
あのサンサもちょいとおかしいし、こんな世まいごとを信じた小泉先生もおかしいが。
Okay, now they're just straight up mean. The major is a little strange, and Koizumi-sensei, who believed in something as ridiculous as this, is a little strange too.
やはり、この第一発見者の論文は一番おかしいですな。
But the strangest one of all is the person who wrote this article in the first place.
期待と妄想が入り混じっていて、これは論文というより創作の次元ですな。
It says Higurashi when they cry. Does it say Higurashi? It's Higurashi. It blends together expectations and delusions and looks more like fiction than a thesis.
というか、これはこのままどこかの出版社に持ち込んで本にした方がウケると思いますよ。
I think this will be a big hit once it gets published, you know. Oh, now they're wanting to make it into a book too?
確かに確かに。
You're absolutely right.
私の友人に出版社の社長をやってるのがいてね。
I have a friend who's the head of a publishing company.
きっと面白がって読んでくれると思いますよ。
I bet he'll love this.
笑い事ではありませんぞ、皆様方。
This is not a laughing matter,
こ
gentlemen.
のとんでもない研究がまかり通って、巨額の予算が数年間にもわたって投じられていたのですからな。
A huge amount of money was poured into this over the past few years.
特にひどいのは、万一の場合に備えて相当危険な機材を用意しているという点です。
The worst thing is that the equipment used to gas the villagers in case of an emergency has already been procured. Oh, don't remind me. Don't remind me of that scene. I don't think I will ever forget. But I don't need to be reminded of it. No, that was awful. That was truly one of the worst things, like well-written worst things that I've ever read in my life. Maybe you can put her thesis on your bookshelf. I would. I don't believe in like the whole, you know, parasite in the brain thing, but I would like to know, you know, what their research could have ended up proving or disproving, you know. I think that would have been interesting, but we'll never get to see it. We'll never get to see what the results of their research could have ended in.
これは絶対に国民に知られてはならないことです。
Our people must never learn about this.
計画が存在しただけでも恐ろしいのに、終末作戦なんて緊急措置の存在を知られてしまったら、国外は愚か、国内世論も敵に回すことになるだろうね。
For such a plan to exist is scary enough, but if people find out about this equipment, the whole country will turn against us. Well, rightfully so. It's so fucked up.
しかも、その機材の維持費がすごいことになってるじゃないか。
On top of that, the cost to maintain this equipment is enormous.
そんなの本当に維持費にしてるわけないじゃないですか。
You don't really think it's being maintained, do you?
そういう名目にしてトンネルしてる架空プロジェクトでしょ、どうせ。
Surely this whole project is some kind of money laundering scheme.
大体何でしたっけ。
What did they say anyway?
少女が一人死ぬだけで村人が一斉に異常行動を起こす病気なんて、あなたどこの漫画の話ですか。
If one girl dies, the whole village will go crazy at once? What kind of comic book is this? This is why those kind of people need some kind of person there with them that can understand what the scientific papers are even talking about. Like, she tried to explain it to them in relatively easy words, is what I'm gonna assume here. But they still don't get the evidence that they provided. It's not like they're just making this up. They have, like, evidence for this. They did conduct research. They took fucking spinal fluid and everything. They have proof that this is actually true. So I don't know why they don't have, like, someone who can understand what she's even talking about there with them. Mineko's epitaph, when they finally play that game. I am looking forward to playing that. I can't wait. I feel like I already spoiled myself a little bit on it, but I've been told that you can't really spoil yourself on Umineko, so I think we'll have a blast. And by the time I get to it, I'll have forgotten everything about it anyway. To be fair, it does sound so magical. I think I would need to see it in action at least once. How do you want to see it in action? Okay, probably not the killing Rika. That you only get to experience once. I mean, I guess it just looks like a person that's in like a very deranged state. I feel like if you see one of those patients, you might not believe it. I feel like you'd have to see multiple to see a pattern, and then you would start to believe them. But even then, they do have like scientific proof of it, I would assume. They have like all the papers there. And I'm guessing that they documented everything, so as long as they have someone there that can like understand and verify the results of their research, I think that, you know, that should be acceptable as the truth.
まったくまったく。こんな子供騙しを鵜呑みにして巨額の予算を垂れ流すとはつくづくいかんと思いますな。
Exactly. Someone actually believed such a childish story and put a huge amount of money into it. Now that's crazy.
こんな資料を真に受ける連中がいるというんだから、実にバカバカしいことです。
What's truly ridiculous is that someone actually took these documents seriously. As he said that, he placed the documents down with an exaggerated gesture. Actually, I should say he slammed them down, because the papers ended up being scattered all over the floor.
ですよな。
You're too right.
あ、ちょいと失礼。
Excuse
お
me.
手洗いに。
I need to use the bathroom. One of the men stood up and stepped on the papers. Oh no! No! Throwback to heartbreaking moment. Show him one L5 patient maybe? If they still don't believe it, then it's hopeless. Yeah. But you don't wish for them to encounter another L5 patient. It's good. It's like bad enough that it happens once a year, apparently. They don't need any more. And they weren't the papers on the tatami mats, but the ones on the carpet. Right there, I can see my grandfather filled with heart-rending sadness, yet he can let it show on his face. Grandfather's expression didn't change, yet it seemed distorted to me. I could see the walls of my grandfather's study crumpling and twisting behind him. I wonder if this is animated in the anime. I jumped into the room. I grabbed onto the man's legs. I don't hate him. No, it's not whether I hate him or not. Sure, I hate him, but that's not it. I just can't forgive the feet stepping on my grandfather's article.
踏まないで踏まないでおじいちゃんが頑張って書いたんだから足で踏んだりしないで
Don't step on them. My grandpa wrote these. Please don't step on them. Oh my god. I feel so bad for her.
あ、失礼。
Oh, sorry. Those feet are still stepping on the papers. I tried to make them move, but they won't even budge, as though they've grown roots. So I begged as I grabbed onto his legs. I tried to pull the papers from under his feet, but I can't move his feet. I can't pull out the papers.
踏まないで踏まないで
Don't step on them. Don't step on them.
おじいちゃんの踏まないで
Oh my god, no. I feel so bad for her. My grandpa's... Don't step on them. My sobbing echoed in that silent room, just like it did back then. Oh, that was really sad. As fucked up as she is, she doesn't deserve to have gone through that experience twice now. was very emotional. I knew what was coming, and yet it still made me tear up a little bit. Ah, Ryukishi keeps breaking my heart. Oh wow, look at that! We finished all the normal ones, I think. Yippee! Now we can go to these purple ones. I don't know, this one... She needs moral support. I have no idea what that even means. An invitation to an end. We can... Oh wow, we can even read it! Grandfather's articles were trampled on. Oh, was that the she needs some moral support, the scene with Tomitaka, maybe? You have proof as clear as the pathogen causing Hinamizawa syndrome. So why can't they believe in its life cycle? Because they've never heard of that before? Because they can't imagine it? Because there's no way something so absurd could be true? Don't tell me that. Can't bring myself to care about the limits of those commoners' understanding. Yeah, I think it's Tomitaka. I agree. Must be that. Why can't anyone believe the truth of my grandfather's article, which has been proven by the Idia Institute? Why do people continue to believe that humans are a special existence? Humans are simply a species of animal. When various parasites that can control animal hosts exist, how can people declare parasites that use humans as their hosts don't? Real and true. Wait, this isn't the problem. Not at all. Because everyone believed my grandfather's article up until now. Isn't that why the Ministry of Health and the Defense Agency lent me their assistance? But out of nowhere, they turned cold. In other words, every bit of their help was because Uncle Koizumi had my back. So, nobody actually read my grandfather's article? Did they just pretend to in order to make Uncle Koizumi happy? What is the meaning of everything I've done up until now? I thought I'd achieved something, but what have I really accomplished? I don't know what's going on, and all I can do is wallow in grief. The more I think about it, the more I no longer understand the meaning of my own life. Didn't Mio Takano devote her life to being useful for her grandfather? Then I haven't done anything for him at all. Count 3 with my grandfather, and I go on to count 4. What a crazy thing to say. No. If I let my mind wander, doubt about myself and my life will slip in. So I'm just going to fill the gap in my heart with alcohol. Is it that strange to presume the existence of something that can influence human thoughts? It's true that Hinamizawa syndrome isn't the actual cause of ideology. The best it can do is drive people mad. Socialism or capitalism don't originate with it. In the era my grandfather was living, you couldn't talk about the world without ideology. The article came from that time and age, so some of its inferences may be exaggerated or biased, but that's no reason to deny its foresight. You can't simply say it's crazy and push it aside. Besides, the most important thing they ignored is the fact that Rika Furude, the queen carrier, holds the fate of the village in her hands. My grandfather had predicted the importance and danger of the queen carrier since beginning his research on Hinamizawa syndrome. But the hypothesis of the infected community collapsing into madness if the queen carrier dies is a Pandora's box that can't be proven. It can only be confirmed after Rika Furude's death, and if she dies, it'll be too late. But there's no mistake that Rika Furude is the queen carrier and a very special existence. It's clear from the various experiments we've performed that she has a special influence on the infected villagers. Her death really could trigger the collapse of the entire village. That's no mistake. My grandfather predicted it. To say all of that sounds like a comic book, it's just too cruel. For them to call the various preparations we've made to protect her a fictional project. What? To protect her a fictional project that was used to funnel funds? The what now? This sentence makes no sense. What I'm doing now is simply what my grandfather was going to do. Therefore, insulting my research is the same as insulting my grandfather. According to my grandfather's article, the first thing that needs to be done when researching the syndrome is to protect the queen carrier. Hello, 2D. Hope you're doing good today. Thank you for fucking Shrek. ripped shrek with roses. The roses kind of look like the background that we're looking at right now. I hope you're doing good. Yet they ridiculed that more than anything else. The more I think about it, the more their words stick in my memory. I can almost hear their voices, and I can't stop myself from covering my ears. I'm sure the members of the board of directors think I'm crazy. I was trying to petition for the Idia Institute to not be shut down, but it backfired. Members must think that Hinamizawa syndrome is some kind of joke, and I'm sure they'll push even harder now to put a stop to our research. If that happens, I would have to go back to researching as an individual. In other words, the same as what my grandfather did. Thank you as well, Hirom. Thank you for the big emotes. Man, this is so depressing. Yeah, it makes sense now as to why... I mean, it makes sense as to why she would gravitate towards doing something so drastic as to prove that they're not making the stuff up, that, you know, Rika's death would actually mean all of the Hinamizawa residents to go absolutely banana crazy. Bananas crazy bonkers. Banana bonkers crazy. Wow. But maybe that was the wrong approach. You know, you could have gone about this a different way. Could have maybe really just gotten an L5 patient to show them instead of letting all of them go crazy and gassing them and killing them. Yeah, you have Idia. Maybe he will help. I don't think he's as passionate about this whole thing as she is. I think he's fine with him finding a cure and then the whole thing getting shut down and their evidence getting destroyed, because I don't think he wants recognition necessarily. I think he would find it to be nice, but I think what he more so wants is for him to feel useful, for him to find a way to help someone like his dad. So I think that's mostly it. Also, hello, Kuro. We're doing good today. There's a limit to what an individual can do. It's doubtful if I would even be able to go back to researching it individually. Once the Idia Institute is disbanded, everyone is obligated to keep it confidential until we die. I signed a contract to that extent. That's not just a simple promise. If I were to break it, a special unit like the Mountain Dogs would come after me to ensure that I keep everything confidential. Even if that doesn't happen, the Idia Institute is to eradicate the syndrome within a few years and to bury every trace of it, including the results of our research. This isn't the normal process of research and treatment. They want to pretend nothing ever happened to begin with. I wanted to continue and complete my grandfather's work, but what's happening now will result in the complete opposite. I'm actually helping to eliminate my grandfather's hard-earned research from this world. The treatment has been created already. Although Idia is as passionate as I am about developing a cure, he's not particularly interested in any other aspect of our research. The sad part about this is that I don't actually think that her grandfather wanted this type of recognition. I think more so, just like Idia, he just wanted to help people. I don't think he necessarily wanted for his research to blow up and become wildly recognized all around the world. I think it would have been nice for him too, and he probably wished for it somewhere during his research, but more so I think he just wanted to help people. But maybe I'm being naive again. But I think the one who really wants to make this into a big thing is Takano, because she saw how sad he was and how he was treated. I don't think that was necessarily just because they wouldn't recognize it and he wouldn't become something huge and become a well-known researcher. I think it was just more so that his hard work didn't pay off in the end. I hate to admit it, but he has more experience and talent than I do. I'm sure he'll come up with a plan for eradicating Hinamizawa syndrome within 3 years as requested by the new board of directors. That board of directors will provide just enough funds to bury the syndrome. Idia will do that happily. Just like the time when he disposed of all the research data on test medicine H170 as was requested. All I can do is to passively hinder them, just like they did me, while watching the Hinamizawa syndrome get eradicated. And when everything is over, I will finally complete an article which is destined to be destroyed. Should I kill myself with thoughts of it in my head so I can at least present the article to my grandfather? He won't be happy even if I did that. On the contrary, he will be disappointed in me for throwing the research he spent half of his life on down the drain. He won't embrace me. I know that for sure. I wasn't around in the grandpa scenes, but does Takano know what he wants? I think he talked a little bit about it, about how, you know, he wants his work to be recognized and everything like that. But it sounded like those were like very far away dreams. It seemed like he was aware that he probably wouldn't get this recognized as the truth and for what he thinks it is worldwide. It wouldn't be like this big discovery, but I think he just wanted some recognition for his work, and I think he made that clear in the beginning. But I think because of how things ended up playing out, you know, his work being trampled all over and him being so heartbroken afterwards and Takano seeing all of that, maybe she just twisted it a little bit. She thought, you know, he deserves to be recognized for his work, like properly. He should become a god. And that is what she's working towards, essentially. I don't think it's necessarily what he wants anymore. It's more so what she thinks he deserves for his research, if that makes sense. Work's over for the week. Hell yeah! It's weekend time! I hope that you can relax nicely now. I wanted to reveal Hinamizawa's syndrome to the world. I wanted the world to acknowledge my grandfather's masterpiece. I wanted to carve his name in history and promote him to a god. At least she's, you know, realizing that this is what she wants. My grandfather waited, believing that day would come, and he must be patiently waiting still, even after entering his eternal sleep. But I ruined it. I wanted him to become a god. I was going to become a god myself too. Then we will be together forever, and I'll never have to be alone. If I become a god, God won't test me. There won't be any unhappiness. There won't be a sudden train accident. My grandfather won't go away, nor will Uncle Koizumi. I'll never have to go back to being alone. I am alone. I have no allies. I was just dancing in ecstasy on a stage without anybody watching. I had only just realized that there was no applause, but only ridicule. No, it's doubtful that there was actually anyone in the audience to begin with. My parents died, my grandfather died, and then Uncle Koizumi died. 3 times had God toyed with me with the rolls of the dice. I thought I overcame each of those trials with my own strength, but I didn't. I was protected by a new guardian each time. And this time, I have no guardians left to protect me. When I first arrived in Hinamizawa, I had every intention of challenging God and kicking him off his throne. But now, forget challenging God. I'm just a loser being played with. I suddenly can't find it within myself to care about anything. Because if I cared, I'd be swallowed by sadness. Soaking my heart in alcohol is all I can do to forget about everything. That was kind of peak. I loved the writing of that whole section with the music and everything, and the rain sounds in the background too. That was so good. That was a whole vibe. A luxurious black car abruptly stopped next to me. I became sober immediately, as cars like that remind me of the time when I was captured after escaping from the orphanage. Suspicious-looking men in black suits and sunglasses got out of the car. I realized it instantly. They must have been sent by one of my clients. Being involved in the development of a biological weapon, being the main person responsible for it, and on top of that, being mentally unstable. They obviously don't want me walking around freely. They're going to abduct me, seal me in concrete, and erase my existence. Or so I thought. I expected them to grab and shove me into the car, but surprisingly, they bowed deeply to me instead. That gunshot scared me for a second. Man in black. Are you the vice administrator of the ED Institute, Major Mio Takano?
普段はね。今はただの飲んだくれの負け犬よ。
Normally, yes. I'm just a drunk loser at the moment, though.
お会いしたい方がいらっしゃいます。どうか私たちにご同行いただけないでしょうか。
There's someone who would like to meet with you. Could you please come along with us?
拒否してもどうせ無理やり連れて行くつもりなんでしょう。
Even if I refuse, you're going to take me along anyway, right? I'll be killed anyway. I can't make my grandfather's wish come true, even if I live. Cynical thoughts like that ran through my head. Then the person in the back seat said,
無理にとは申しません。ですが、きっと三叉のお力になれると思っております。
We won't force you, but I'm sure we can help. I've never met this young woman before. She must be around my age. She knows about the Iri Institute, so she must somehow be connected to my clients. She's too young to be one herself. I bet a client who doesn't want to expose himself sent her. Even if I live, I can't make my grandfather a god. I can't be a god myself either. Who cares about where a loser like me gets killed anyway? I made up my mind and got into the back seat. As soon as I got in, the luxurious car smoothly took off. Silence filled the car for a time. They're the ones that invited me. I don't have anything to say myself.
ご無沙汰しております。と言っても、おそらくご存じないでしょうが、
Do we have a
高
spray?
野さんとは小泉先生の奔走の時、すれ違っております。
We don't have one, unfortunately. Long time no see. Though I'm sure you don't remember. You met in passing at Koizumi Sensei's funeral.
あら、そうでしたの。覚えていなくて申し訳ないです。
Oh, we did? Sorry, I don't remember. There were so many people at that funeral. I can't recall any of them. But why is that what she's opening with? Does that mean she belongs to the Koizumi faction?
小泉先生は戦後日本復興のオピニオンリーダーの一人として長く活躍されてきました。今日の平和日本を語る上で小泉先生の功績に触れずして説明することは難しいでしょう。
Koizumi Sensei was very active as one of the opinion leaders during the post-war restoration. You can't begin to talk about the way the country is today without mentioning his accomplishments. This character, if I remember correctly, has never made an appearance in anything except Go Sotsu, I think. I don't remember her ever in the 2007 adaptation, but I might be wrong. But I do think Go Sotsu. Interesting. Especially so late. I wouldn't have expected this character to ever show up again. Now I'm very intrigued to watch Go Sotsu. I thought that this was maybe the person that we keep seeing in like the opening intros for every arc. Not arc, episode, I suppose. That brown-haired person with the like shoulder or like chin-length hair. I thought that this was maybe that person, but I guess it's not. We haven't seen that person in any of the episodes, and they just keep appearing. So maybe they show up in like the extra episodes that I will play by myself. Rei. I sent that message too early, but I do think Gosotsu is where they finally had an official design. Okay. Interesting.
戦後の焼け野原から復興するときは我が国の有志たちも一枚岩でしたが、残念ながら今もそうであるとは言えません。
When we were rebuilding the country from the burned fields after the war, our nation's supporters were united. But unfortunately, it's hard to say that now.
平和な時代が進み、焼け野原を知らぬ世代が国の中枢に入り始めるにつれ、当初の高貴な志を知る者は次第に減っていってしまいました。
As our time of peace grew longer, and we started seeing the generation who didn't remember the burned fields become key national figures, we saw a decline in those who understood the noble intentions we started with.
小泉先生はそんな高貴な同志の最後の長老として21世紀へ我が国を導いてくださる大黒柱だったのですが、
As the final remaining member of those noble men, Koizumi Sensei was the central pillar guiding us into the 21st century.
小泉先生の死後、小泉派は急速に没落。代わって他の派閥が勢力を伸ばし、いろいろと大変なことになっているでしたっけ？
After his death, the Koizumi faction quickly fell. As a result, other factions are extending their influence, leading everything to become quite a mess, right? I heard about these things from Jiro-san. It's really no different from the Sengoku era, when a lord or military leader died back then. Struggle to become his successor brought chaos to the nation. This country hasn't changed for hundreds of years.
その通りです。残念ながら平和日本は住みよい国づくりを実践してきましたが、同時に発足当時の高貴な志を忘れさせてもしまいました。
Exactly. Unfortunately, while we built peaceful Japan into a comfortable place to live, the noble intentions that guided us from the outset have been forgotten.
現在東京は各派閥が小泉先生の開けた席と利権をめぐって争いが絶えない状態です。小泉先生をはじめすでに他界されている復興の功労者たちが知ったらきっとお嘆きになられるに違いありません。
Right now, various factions are fighting in Tokyo over the seat left behind by Koizumi-sensei. If Koizumi-sensei and the other deceased servicemen ever found out about this, they'd be so disappointed.
それと私に何の関係が？
What does that have to do with me?
あなたはそれの最大の被害者ではありませんか。今日までに風向きが突然変わるような体験を十分にされていると思いますね。
And you the biggest victim of all this? I think you've had enough experiences with the sudden shifts in the wind, haven't you? It's true that our research began because of Koizumi-sensei's support, and the pressures we faced under the anti-Koizumi faction have been tempestuous and cold. Maybe for them, every project that Koizumi-sensei left behind is an eyesore, regardless of what that project is. In other words, that simply means they rejected the research itself, doesn't it? Come to think of it, something like this happened to my grandfather too. Back then, Koizumi brought authorities from various fields to see him. They talked down to my grandfather, despite the praise they'd given earlier. Koizumi-sensei told me that the masterminds were responsible for that.
ひなみ沢症候群の研究はアルファベットプロジェクトで最大のもので、予算、体制その他、プロジェクトの目玉だったと言っても過言ではありません。
It's not too much of a stretch to say that your research into Hinamizawa syndrome is the #1 leader in terms of funding, organization, and so forth in terms of projects within the Alphabet Project.
ゆえに、アルファベットの権益を独占したい連中によって、あなたの研究はそのスケープゴートにされたのです。
Therefore, it's been made into a scapegoat by those people who want to monopolize the interests of the project.
スケープゴート。
Scapegoat?
決してひなみ沢症候群の研究が否定されたという意味ではないということです。
What I mean is that your research into the Hinamizawa syndrome isn't what they rejected.
彼らにとって重要なのはそのプロジェクトの派閥であり内容ではありません。本日高野さんに特にお伝えしたかったのはそこでした。
What's important to them isn't the content, but the faction leading the project. I wanted to tell you that today. I mean, that makes sense. Maybe what she could do if she wanted to keep the funding from them as an organization, she could get on, you know, the other faction's good side, even though I think she tried that with the meeting that she had with those congressmen. If she had even one person that she could talk to in that other faction, maybe she could get it funded again. If, you know, someone else picks it up and it's no longer part of the Koizumi faction, then it shouldn't be an issue anymore to get the support that they need. But it sounds easier than it would be in reality. I think that's what the meeting was for. Though I'm not sure if those congressmen were like part of the other faction. I think that it was mentioned that those were like the newer board members, I think. The new organization directors.
結局私は見せしめの羊ということなのね。私が何の研究をしていようとどうでもいい。この研究が小泉派のものであったということだけが彼らの関心。
In the end, I'm just a sacrificial goat put up for everyone to see, huh? It doesn't matter what I research. The only thing they care about is what is that we belong to the Koizumi faction.
そういうことです。派閥は風向きそのもの。順風な時もあれば逆風となる時もあります。その変わった風向きを取り戻すのは残念ながら容易なことではありません。
That's correct. The faction in control is like the direction of the wind. Sometimes it's a tailwind and sometimes it's a headwind. Unfortunately, once the direction changes, it's not easy to turn it back around.
私のクライアントたちが敵対的になったのを元に戻すのは容易ではないということ。
So, you're saying it won't be easy to bring my hostile clients back?
そうです。アルファベットプロジェクトは完全に乗っ取られてしまいました。理事はすべて変わり、彼らの私欲を肥やすためだけに決定をします。あなたの捨て身の説明など、初めから彼らには耳を貸す気もないのです。
That's correct. The Alphabet Project has been taken over completely. All of the directors have been replaced, and they're only interested in fulfilling their own desires. From the very beginning, they had no intention of listening to your explanation. It's almost like it's those same people who went to see her grandfather that other time, that other flashback that we had. It ended basically the same way. They had no intention to listen to anything what he had to say, even though he tried his best to do so. They just refused to listen to him any further at some point, and they were just mocking him. And I don't get why they do that. Isn't it a waste of time for them too? At that point, just refuse to see that person altogether. Why would you make them put in an effort to like present the topic to you in a way that you would understand if you're not even gonna try to listen and understand anyway? I grasped my knees remembering that humiliating day.
ここで一度話を折ります。高野さんにとっての研究の目的は何ですか？
Let me change the subject for now. What would you consider the objective of your research, Takano-san?
それは研究者としての知的な好奇心から。
That is to fulfill my intellectual curiosity.
あなたが祖父と呼び敬愛していた故高野先生との約束ではないのですか？
Isn't it the promise you made with the late Dr. Takano, who you looked up to as your grandfather? Well, that's surprising. Koizumi-sensei once told me that this fact could become a hindrance, but I've never told any of my clients about it. How did she find out? If they know that, maybe they know a lot more about us than I think.
どこでそれを知ったんですか？
Where did you hear about that?
小泉先生からです。
Koizumi-sensei told me. What?
私たちはあなたの敵ではありません。どうかお楽になさってください。私たちはあなたの本当の力になりたくてやってきたのですから。
We're not your enemies. Please relax. We're here to help you. I don't know who she really is, but I know she's here because she wants something from me. So, what is it that she wants? She knows about the relationship between my grandfather and me, so I can't be careless.
ただ私たちがあなたの力になるにはあなたに本当のことを話していただかなくてはなりません。つまり腹を割っていただきたいということです。
But in order for us to help you, we need to have you tell us the truth. In other words, we want you to be honest.
おっしゃる意味がわかりません。
I don't know what you're trying to say.
高野さんがひなみ沢症候群を研究する本当の目的は何ですか？
What is your true purpose in researching Hinamizawa syndrome? I want to be a god. I want to make my dead grandfather into a god. Noble goals, really. To have my grandfather's masterpiece acknowledged for what it is, and to have him become a god.
高野先生の研究を世間に認めさせること。あなたの祖父が心を込めて書き上げた論文を踏みつけてないがしろにしたことへの復讐ではありませんか？
Isn't it to have the world acknowledge the late Dr. Takano's research and to get revenge against those who trampled upon and looked down on the articles your grandfather wrote with all his heart? I'm reaching the limit of not letting my surprise show on my face. How much does this woman know about me? The creepy music sets in too. In the first place, who is she? How does she know everything I'm thinking? I can't admit that out loud in any case. I have appearances to consider. But while this elegant woman was wearing an angelic smile, she laughed with the devil's seductive whisper, several times better at it than I am, and she's already pretty good at it. A simple smile and a devilish grin are completely different. An ordinary smile means goodwill, but a malicious smirk means the complete opposite. This woman can read my deepest thoughts, and while doing so, she's testing me to see how honest I can be with her. Whether I tell her the truth or not isn't the issue here. She's testing me to see if I can trust her enough to confess everything.
もしも私の言っていることが全くの勘違いでしたら、どうかお許しください。
Yeah, I
お
want
好
to
き
see
な駅まで
her.
お送りさせます。
I didn't
この
think
近
that
く
this
ですと
character...
5ぐらい駅がいいでしょうか。
Stop talking. Was gonna be so important. I didn't think that she would be so cool and interesting. Like, hello, Ryukishi? Where's her sprite? Hello? Takano really hyped her up. Yeah, right? Goodness, I'm really interested in her now. If I've completely misunderstood, please forgive me. I'll take you to the nearest train station. That'd be Gogura Station, wouldn't it?
と
Well...
でももし私の言っていることがあなたの本当の気持ちに少しでも近いのでしたら、私とあなたは力を貸し合える関係になれると思います。どうですか、高野美代さん。
On the other hand, if what I'm saying is somewhere close to what you're feeling, I think we can help each other. What do you think, Mio Takano-san? Man, she is intriguing. She's scary. At least give us a name, feed us, Ryukishi. I can't say anything in reply, but I think that simply remaining silent might also be an answer. I want to hear what she wants from me. I've always phrased my objective as some vague idea of turning my grandfather into a god, but she's just taught me what my true objective is. I want to get revenge for my grandfather's suffering. I want those people to fight over the right to read the article they once trampled on and mocked. I want them to believe, no, to worship every single word my grandfather left behind. That is my true objective. This woman has stated out loud that which I have only whispered within myself. She even asked me if she was correct. Is this woman an angel or a devil? If I'm a human, is she in existence above me?
あなたの不幸は自分の目的を具体的に理解していなかったことなのです。だからいつまでも惰性で研究を続けても至れない。
Your misfortune was that you didn't understand your true objective. That's why you couldn't achieve anything.
ひなみ沢症候群の神秘を探るという抽象的な目的を掲げ、いつまでも達成できず、自らの人生に疑問を抱かざるを得なかったのです。
You set an abstract goal like uncovering the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome, which could never be achieved. So you couldn't help but to question the meaning of your own life.
そうでしょ。
Isn't that right? She has the Takano laugh. She's so evil. She actually does have an appearance in the manga. I found the panel. Oh goodness. I'm so happy about the manga now.
そう、それは違う。あなたの真の目的。いえ、夢はそんな抽象的なものじゃない。
Your actual objective, your earnest dream, isn't so abstract. Actually, if you found the panel, is there like any way that you could like post it in the Discord or something? I wanna see what she looks like. So at least we have an image in our head, you know? That'd be pretty cool. Thank you. Your actual objective, your earnest dream, isn't so abstract.
思い浮かべることができますか？それはこういう情景。この国の中枢を預かる真の頂点たちがあなたの祖父の論文を読み、その内容に驚きながら一片の疑いもなく信じてくれること。
Can you imagine? Just think of this scene. The true leaders of this nation are reading your grandfather's article. While shocked at its contents, they believe all of it without even a hint of a doubt.
彼らは裏側に足跡が残るその論文をうやうやしく読み、その先見性あふれる研究に敬意を示し、恐れおののく。どう想像できましたかしら？
She does appear in the 2007 adaptation. Well, I look forward to it then. That's gonna be good. Yeah, I feel like this would have been too important to just cut out, no? These people humbly read the article with footprints on its back. They expressed their respect at the insightfulness of his research and tremble in fear at its implications. What do you think? Were you able to imagine it? This is my first time envisioning something like this. And yet, it's been my dream all along.
ひなみ沢症候群という言葉はあなたの祖父が作られたのでしょ。その言葉がこの国の津々浦々にまで響き渡り、あなたの祖父の生み出した言葉が永遠に刻まれて残る。
Your grandfather is the one who named it Hinamizawa syndrome, yes? That name will echo in every corner of this nation and will be carved into eternity.
永遠に刻まれて残る。
Carved into eternity for all time.
そう、それはあなたの祖父がその偉業が永遠の存在に昇華されるということ。それがあなたが高野美代として生涯を捧げる夢じゃないのかしら。
Indeed, your grandfather's masterpiece will be remembered forever. Isn't that the dream you've devoted your whole life to realizing? I feel like she's starting to sound like Takano herself. This is kind of interesting. Sent it over. Let me see. I feel like Takano is going to be used. I feel like she has a bigger objective that she has in plan. Hold on. Let me see. She kind of looks like Takano with really long hair and more cleavage. But like in a really cool way. I feel like she looks more evil than Takano herself. Look at her. She's just she's just so sad. Oh wait, you can't even see my you can't? Can you see my mouse? Yeah. Look at Takano on the ground, just kneeling and being a little baby. It's okay, she deserves to be a little baby sometimes. She's pretty cool. I like her design. She looks pretty evil. Also, that outfit is cool. I wish we could see more of it. Like, what is she wearing? Is she wearing like a skirt? Is she wearing... Oh, I guess we can see it here. Like a pencil skirt? I want to see more. She looks like a businesswoman. We support women's wrongs here? I guess we do. Now we do. I feel a little bad for Takano, because clearly this younger woman doesn't have super good intentions, I would assume. Also, hello, Blood. Hope you're doing good today. Sorry. Also, there's an ad break now. I'll show the Gotsu and 2007 versions after the ad break. I'll stretch a bit and drink some water. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Hold on, let me open browser source again. We can look at them. Even more evil women. I like how it was automated, as if you can't say evil women. It's not allowed. Women aren't allowed to be evil, apparently, according to Twitch. But I am. Ha ha ha, what are you gonna do about it? Had to be here after missing most of chapter 8. Yeah, I think, is it because I... Oh, sorry, I need to adjust the game audio. Is it because I stream earlier now? I think some people, unfortunately, aren't able to make it to my streams now because I stream at a different time. There's gonna be 1 week in March where I will have to stream at my previous stream time, so 5 p.m. my time. But yeah, I feel kind of bad about it, but this is just kind of the time that works for me. I'm sorry. Hello back. Hello, Trace. Takano altar. Yeah. She looks very cool. I love her. Also, thank you, Vita. Welcome back to you too. Hasn't even killed a town 7 times over. Okay, but she looks pretty cool. Is this like a phone that she has? Where's that cable going? She's in a car. I don't know what I'm looking at right now. And this is, I'm guessing this is the 2007 version. I think she looks really, really cool here. I love the old art style. I'm very biased towards it, but like, look at this. Look at her eyes. They're so sharp. She looks like she could kill you just by looking at you. She's really cool. I love her. Really cool design. It's a combo of earlier and also changing men's sleep schedule. I hope that you can catch more streams. I think it would be nice that, you know, if everyone that wanted to continue watching me read the story could also make it. I want to make that happen, but it's difficult. The stars will align eventually. And if not, there's always the VODs. They will never go anywhere. Unless I forget to upload them, in which case they will be forever in my folder. Okay, on. I wish she would. She would what? Sorry. I already forgot what I said. Alright. Did I? Yeah, I adjusted the volume. You've been killing it with the VOD uploads lately? Yeah, forget that day where I forgot to upload my VOD and then I it was like 1 a.m. I was in bed and I opened my eyes and I was like, I forgot to upload my VOD. And then I was like, do I get up now at 1 a.m. or do I just give up and do it the next day? I gave up. I was too tired. But I considered it. I considered getting up just to upload my VOD. Killing me with a glance. Honestly, so real. My grandfather's masterpiece will be remembered forever. Remembered. Forever.
なのにその偉業を全く理解できない豚たちはあなたのその夢を単なる派閥争いや権益の奪い合いの生贄とし無残に踏みにじろうとしている。
And yet, those pigs who couldn't even understand turned your dream into a sacrifice simply because of factional conflicts of interest. They're even trying to trample it into the ground. I kind of like the way that Rikishi wrote her and Takano. I think he did a good job making them evil and intriguing. I think sleeping was the right choice then, yeah. I just felt bad.
あなたの祖父の論文をぎゅっと見つけたように。
Just like how they kept trampling on your grandfather's article. See?
あなたは悔しい。とても悔しい。あなたが一生懸命作った資料を、そう、あなたのおじいちゃんが一生懸命作った論文と同じもの。それを踏みにじり、嘲笑った彼らが許せない。
You must be full of regret. The data you've worked so hard for is indeed the same as the article your grandfather did his best to produce. You can't forgive the people who laughed at it. Yeah, the VA is so good. I love them. She sounds like the way that she delivers her lines sounds very similar to the way that Takano's VA delivers her lines, which is why I think it's kind of hilarious, because, you know, Takano is usually the one making people feel extremely scared and confused and all sorts of emotions, and now she's on the receiving end of exactly the same kinds of words and the same kind of tone that she would give to someone to induce those emotions, and it's very interesting.
おじいちゃんの異様をバカにした豚どもが許せない。そうでしょ。 そうじゃないですか。本当はそう。それを心優しいあなたは人を罵る言葉を知らなくて考え至らなかっただけ。
Can't forgive those pigs who ridiculed your grandfather's masterpiece, right? Aren't I right? Oh, I know I am. But you didn't think about that because you're so kind as to not know how to condemn people. See? She's speechless. She got one-upped. I just like Takano's beret. Honestly, true. It's a really good outfit. I think in terms of outfits, Takano's evil outfit slays so hard. There's no beating her in that department. An indescribable emotion is filling me, making me feel like I'm suffocating. The sensation of being cautious and calm, of trust and mistrust are all blending together. My heart is beating fast and my fingertips are shaking. Why am I at peace? Is it because she reminded me of my true dream that I couldn't express with my own words until now? Is it because she made me aware of the anger within myself? Why am I hesitant? Is it because she's reminded me of things I've never told anyone until now? No, those are the things I've never even told myself.
ねえ、ミオさん。もし私の言ったことが間違っていないどころか大正解なのだったら、私はあなたの夢よ、復讐をきっと手伝ってあげることができると思います。
Hey, Mio-san. If what I'm saying isn't wrong, but is in fact completely true, I know I can help you with both your dream and revenge.
どうなさったのかしら。大具合が悪いのかしら。ならもうこれ以上お話に付き合わせるのも悪いですわね。最寄りの駅へ送りましょう。
What's the matter? Are you feeling alright? If that's the case, I shouldn't keep you. We'll take you to the nearest station.
違う。
No. Small noise leaked pathetically out of my mouth, like a child apologizing for a prank.
何かおっしゃったかしら。
Did you say something? She's being toyed with! Yeah! She's being squeezed! It's kind of funny to see the roles are reversed. I mean, you know, Takano being in this position is just funny to me. Also, I kind of still feel bad for her, but still, it's kind of intriguing. I know she heard me. The woman smiled, trying to make me say it again.
違います。具合悪くないです。
That's not it. I'm doing perfectly fine.
ならよかったです。話を続けましょう。
I'm glad. Let's continue then.
私の夢がそうなら、あなたに何ができるというんですか。
If that is, in fact, my dream, then what can you do?
あなたの2つの復讐をお手伝いします。
I'll help you with both of your vengeances.
一つはあなたの祖父のための復讐。あなたの祖父の論文を嘲笑った者たちにもう一度うやうやしく手に取らせてやりましょう。彼らが土足で踏みつけたその論文をね。
One is revenge for your grandfather. We will make those people who ridiculed your grandfather's article humbly take it into their hands once again. The one they violated.
もう一つはあなたと祖父の約束であり心のつながりでもある症候群の研究を派閥争いだけを理由に踏みにじり研究を彼らの権益のためだけに終わらそうとする理事会への復讐。
The other is revenge against the board of directors for trampling over your research, simply because of their factional conflicts.
あなたの目の前で資料を踏みにじりあなたの人生さえも踏みにじろうとした豚どもへの復讐。
Revenge against the filthy pigs who try to stomp on not only your work, but on your life as well. Takano is twisted, but I think this young woman might just be evil. It seems like she definitely has something against those congressmen. I don't exactly know what her position is. You know, we haven't really been told, but she keeps calling them filthy pigs. The squeezer is now the squeezy. Yeah, the squeezer is now the squeezy. Exactly.
祖父の論文を手に取らせ、それを踏みにじった理事会に復讐する。
Getting revenge against the board of directors by having them read my grandfather's
こ
article.
ちらも腹を割りますと、もちろんお手伝いをするのは私たちの利害が一致するからです。
We'll be honest with you too. We're helping you because our interests are the same.
小泉先生が日本の未来のために立ち上げられたプロジェクトを先生
Oh
亡
boy.
き後に食い物にしようとする輩を放置することはできません。
I have a feeling you don't want to get mixed up with this woman. I feel like she's the type of woman to use Hinamizawa syndrome as a biological weapon to get Japan on the forefront of all wars to come. Something like that. Like she'd want to just attack countries that they've now made peace with just for fun, just to show how much power they have. I think she's part of those types of people that we saw in the beginning that were pushing that kind of agenda to like the whole, what was it, like a school university reunion, quote unquote. We can't allow the project that Koizumi-sensei established for the sake of Japan's future to be beaten up by these lowlifes after his death. Biological weapons bad? Mayhaps?
私たちにもっと力があれば、そのような輩の介入を許しはしないのですが、風向きは変わり、もはやプロジェクトは小泉先生の理想には戻りません。
Oh, is she done? If we had more power, we wouldn't have allowed that scum to become involved at all. However, the wind started blowing in a different direction and the project can no longer express Koizumi-sensei's ideals.
豚どもが私欲を肥やすための豚小屋となり果てました。そのようなプロジェクトをこれ以上放置することは、アルファベットプロジェクトの名付け親でもあられる小泉先生も望まれません。
It has become a pigsty for them to satisfy their own desires. Koizumi-sensei, who gave them the name Alphabet Project, would not have wished for it to remain this way.
プロジェクトは小泉先生の理想を離れた時点で畳まれるべきなのです。
The project should have been shut down the minute it deviated from his ideals.
派閥争いの生贄羊を今度は狼にしようというつもりですか？
So you're trying to make the sacrificial sheep of the factional conflict into a wolf, are you?
あなたが今のまま生涯公開できぬ祖父の論文を胸に隠居されることを選ぶおつもりでしたら、
Yeah.
無理にとは申しません。
This just confirmed it. She wants to push the Alphabet Project's initial ideals, which was, oh my god, what did it stand for again? ABC, and the B stood for biological weaponry or something. I don't remember. What does the A and C stand for again? I forgot what it was. The A didn't stand for atomic, right? I don't remember anymore. If you choose to keep your grandfather's article hidden away in your heart, then I won't force you. No, I won't let that happen. I don't mind falling to the ground myself, but at least my grandpa's article.
あなたとおじいちゃんの結晶である論文を
Yeah, I
永
think
遠
it
の
was
ものに
chemical.
はしたくないですか？それはだってあなたの念願のはずじゃないのですか？
Don't you want to make the article that represents you and your grandfather's lives into something that will last forever? After all, that's your dream, isn't it?
それが私の生きる目的。
That's right. That's my reason to live.
あなたの本当の夢を叶えるチャンスを私たちがお手伝いします。
We'll give you a chance to make your dream come true. On the night I decided I was a loser in life and drowned myself in tears and alcohol after being abandoned by everything, I met someone who could be an angel or a devil. Is this divine salvation or the devil's seduction? I fought with the board of directors regarding the continuation of our research, but that was completely off target. That wasn't my true goal. My objective isn't to continue researching Hinamizawa syndrome. It's to have the world acknowledge my grandfather's research as a masterpiece. Somehow, the method for achieving that swapped places with my objective and caused me to misunderstand myself. The purpose of my life isn't to continue my grandfather's research. It's to get revenge and repay them for my grandfather's suffering. That's what this woman is saying. She's promising to make my grandfather's research eternal. She's also promising an opportunity to take revenge against those who laughed at it. Honestly, this woman is kind of scary and seems very evil. I wouldn't be surprised if she kind of nudged those congressmen to be extra mean and evil to her so that, you know, the sadness and hatred and everything would build up within her, so she would be more receptive to this kind of emotional manipulation. Or maybe she just timed it perfectly to wait for them to break her heart again so that they could take advantage of her emotional state and convince her to join forces. I'm guessing that's what her true objective is and why she chose this specific moment to talk to her about it. The A stands for... what is that? I don't know what that is. I looked it up, but literally nothing that is making sense is coming out. Oh, Hinamizawa backwards. Jesus Christ. Yep, that makes sense. Probably just seems way too convenient for her to not be intentional, yeah. It must be. When Uncle Koizumi died, I thought God was playing dice with my fate. But my unshakable conviction gathered together a power stronger than God's die. So maybe this meeting happened for a reason. Curse you, God, you're testing me again. I will overcome the death of Uncle Koizumi. And I will make my grandfather an eternal existence by taking revenge against the God who tested me. I will, for certain. So sad to see how she's being manipulated right in front of me. I can't do anything against it. She didn't have these thoughts. Like, yeah, she was angry and she was filled with hatred and, you know, all of that stuff. But she didn't have all of these evil things in mind. But now she does. I totally thought that she just went crazy. Do you think that someone else influenced her while she was in a pretty bad emotional state? Maybe even, like, affected by Hinamizawa syndrome itself. It's kind of sad. And not how I thought this was gonna play out. I totally thought that she just went cuckoo crazy. Remember when Oyashiro-sama was blamed for everything? Good times. Yeah, remember the times when I thought Oyashiro-sama was an actual evil entity who cursed people and I was really scared of people acting strange and the eyes and everything being creepy? Remember that? Innocent times. Naive times. I will take my revenge. Alright then. That was a really long fragment, but a really cool one. I love that one. I'm a little bit disappointed that I don't get to see Takano come to this conclusion on her own. I don't know if that makes sense. I know that Takano isn't truly like an evil person. She's a person broken by many unfortunate events. So I guess it makes sense for her to not be the one to be like, oh, maybe I should kill the entirety of Hinamizawa to prove my grandfather's work is actually true and real. It makes sense for her to not be that evil mastermind in the end, but still, I totally thought that she wouldn't be the one to get influenced by someone like that. Someone just like her! I mean, it isn't naive, the game does funnel one towards those beliefs. Yeah, I was under the strong impression that something supernatural was going on. I mean, Oyashiro-sama is real. He exists. But, you know, in a different way than I initially thought. Also, hello, Mysterious Emblem. Good morning. Hope you're doing good today. Just like me, for real, for real. Oh, Takano, what is happening? Why do I have so many connecting fragments? I don't know what those are for anymore. Can I read them again, by the way? I think I could. Alright, what do we have? Everything else is done, right? Yeah. Ooh. The revenge of Miya Takano is required. Well, we have that for sure now. Keiichi Maibara changing schools is required. Okay, we can read that one. Everything else is still unclear. So let's read June 1983. We're back to the weird dimension. With this, do I have all the pieces lined up for 1983? It sure is a hard and exhausting job just lining up the pieces for the month of June. But finally, I'm at the starting line, beginning from zero at last. Yet, seeing all these colorful fragments together, I realized just how many sentiments were intertwined around June 1983. I used to think that thoughts of people with no relation to me were useless. But I was wrong. Rika Furude did her best to overcome the fate of June 1983. She did two things. One was to get in touch with the Iri Institute because she knew she would be protected there. Ironically, Takano from the Iri Institute was the one who wanted to kill her, but it was the best move for her at the time. Hello, Trobo! Hi, hope you're doing good. Purple Dimension. And the other was to ensure that the Maibara family moved to Hinamizawa. It actually wasn't certain that the Maibara family would move here. I think I mentioned that before, yeah. They first decided to move here when the father felt something sentimental at the sight of us on the day he came to view the properties for sale. Therefore, it was necessary for us to play in that field. It was the trigger for the Maibara family's move. It took me so long to find that out though. After turning various conditions on and off repeatedly, I finally realized that meeting Keiichi's father at that field was the cause. Keiichi Maibara is a very important key for breaking Rule Z, one of the chains that was binding me. He's the fresh air that's powerful enough to break all of the old and evil customs in this village. He created many opportunities, but he also provided me with an important clue by letting me know that a strong conviction and the will to believe is what's important in standing up against a powerful fate. But I wasn't the only one who wanted him here. People in the Sonozaki family who wanted to wipe out the nastier traditions of the village also wished for him. Mion Sonozaki vowed to herself to protect Satoko and Satoshi, because she was very much bothered by how irrational the treatment of the Hojo family was. And on the night Satoshi Hojo disappeared, she exploded at Oryo Sonozaki and voiced her true feelings. I was thinking about this before I started the stream, but like, are we ever gonna get a detailed explanation as to what happened to Satoshi? Because I wanna know, we were left on a cliffhanger. We don't really know what happened. I'm guessing that he ended up dying and getting dissected, but I wanna see that whole scene. It must be super disturbing and sad, but I still wanna see it. I wanna see how Irie felt during that whole scene, you know? I'm a sadist when it comes to that. I wanna see him suffer. I wanna see him suffer and beat himself up for not being able to save him. Or maybe he survives. Maybe I'm totally wrong and he survives and he's just, I don't know, in their basement, stuck forever. Oryo Sonozaki understood. Oryo herself had come to understand the wicked customs of the village and had been wanting to do something about it. But she didn't have the power to do so herself, so she entrusted it to the fresh air that was blowing in from the outside. Satoshi, oh god. No! He's fine, he's fine. That was why the lots went on sale. So the Maibara family could move in. Even if I danced in that field, if Oryo hadn't put the lots on sale, Keiichi couldn't have come. And Rena Ryugu, who provided many important opportunities for Keiichi Maibara, was saved by returning to Hinamizawa, after the deep emotional trauma of her parents' divorce sent her into a terminal condition. Keiichi Maibara's wish to restart his life was the same wish Rena Ryugu had a year prior. Maybe that's why Rena was able to understand Keiichi. It It's like the miracle where one can recognize moments in a certain fragment from another fragment. So cool. It's just a background from the game, kind of crumpled up, but it's really cool. If they can use the lessons learned from one fragment, then humans won't make those mistakes. The game pieces will make their best moves, and the chances of winning this game of June 1983 will rapidly increase. In other words, Runariugu makes extremely important moves on this game board without realizing it. The mighty rule Z that surrounded the Hojo siblings was eventually smashed by their actions. Of course, Satoko overcoming herself was also a big help. Their hands met only because they reached from both sides. Keiichi and Rena are the ones who taught me that. Mion is the one who made it possible for them to move here, and she also helped them to become familiar with the village. That's not all. Irie is also an important piece with significant functions of his own. Feeling empathy for Satoko, he's the most influential piece on the board we call Hinamizawa Syndrome. His existence is capable of defeating Rule X. I don't remember the rules anymore. Hold on, I think I have them written down somewhere. Yeah, I have them. X was madness? Oh my god, this is so vague. Awesome stuff. Madness, Y was murders, and Z was Zonozaki family. X madness? Was that about, people spreading, like, misinformation, like Takano and Oishi saying shit to make people go into a spiral of doubt and paranoia? And then why murderers must have been like the death of Tomitake and quote-unquote Takano, and the Sonozaki family is just them like taking all the blame and stuff like that. Irie Glaze. Irie Glaze has no place here. I think he redeemed himself kind of in the end. I think he's just so weak in his convictions. Like he has no, what do you call it? No backbone. He doesn't stand up for his own convictions. He's just so weak. And like he loses sight of his goals so quickly and his morals. Like he's so, I don't know, not a strong character, I would say. If you think about it, like characters like Oishi, who have very strong convictions, very strong goals in mind, I think those are very impressive. But I feel like Irie just, he's all over the place. I can't figure out what his actual objective is and how he feels towards things happening. He's just so, I don't know. He's Irie. Spine made from jello, yeah. Irie. You need to, I don't know, stand up for your own convictions and goals. Do something. I don't know. Get a grip. Did I read that until the end? Keiichi and Rena's determination and subsequent awakening taught us that it was possible to fight against Rule X, but they didn't defeat it. Defeating Rule X requires the existence of Irie, who has the strong will to discover a cure for the syndrome. It's kind of funny that they're now like referencing the rules, even though the rules were first mentioned in the last episode. Like, my guy, a lot of time has passed since then. Why couldn't you have explained it again? I didn't know Irie held this many thoughts within him. I always thought he was rather absent-minded, but he's in fact an important and powerful piece. I don't know, I don't agree with this glazing of Irie. A strong will to discover a cure for the syndrome. I guess so. But like, he doesn't have any sense for what his morals actually are. I don't know. I really thought Irie doesn't think. I thought he was empty brain. He doesn't think. He has no thoughts. So, if we gather all this power, can we win against Takano's will? Not with Irie on board, let me tell you that. I've seen Takano's thoughts too. Sadly, her will is strong and can't be easily broken. It's no wonder our fate in June 1983 has been so hard to shake, no matter how hard we fought it. The sentiments I've been turning towards it pale in comparison to how many she's brought into it. The weight of our game pieces are different, because I've given up on fighting while she has been risking her life to fight on. I've spent time sulking and drinking wine to escape from reality. I must be a very light piece indeed. I can't win against Takano with what I have so far. I need more pieces to be able to win. The officer Oishi once showed the possibility of becoming a strong ally, but he's under the misunderstanding that the Sonozaki family caused the death of his dear friend, so until that gets resolved, he won't be of any help. I don't get how I can resolve that misunderstanding, but I just have to believe in it and keep throwing the die. Just like Keiichi and Rena constitute a chance to change fate, maybe Akasaka has the power to create a chance as well. Akasaka, here he comes! Iria lobotomized himself, that's my theory. That'd be quite an achievement, to perform such a thing on yourself. I'd give him props for that. The curse of 1983 is tied to the curse of Hinamizawa. A curse can't be broken by inner power alone. It takes power from outside as well. Why is the music gone? No. Both sides have to reach out, otherwise the hands won't meet. Just like what happened with Satoko. But Akasaka has never come to our aid. Even if he did, it was always too late. Akasalab, literally, what has he done? I don't know, he gave Rika some sense of hope in what was it, episode 4? When we first met him? Like, I thought that scene with them talking about, you know, what is actually happening to her and that she's, like, stuck in this loop and that, you know, she's incredibly depressed and that he was, like, the first person that she was able to open up about this. I don't know. I feel like that was kind of sweet, and maybe it helped her a little bit, you know, to gain confidence. And like after everything went to shit and everyone died from Hinamizawa syndrome, he tried to like gather information about the truth of what happened with Oishi and like write a book about it. I don't know. Like he hasn't been a strong presence in this episode particularly, or the last one actually, because he just showed up, has said hi, and then he disappeared again. So he hasn't done anything as of late, but you know, he did some cool stuff in episode 4, I think. Even if he did, it was always too late. Too late. Far too late. But if I keep throwing the die, will Akasaka's game piece eventually appear? Who is this talking to us anyway? Because Rika doesn't know that Akasaka ended up writing a book with Oishi to like figure out the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome. This isn't Rika because, like, she's also always talking about Rika Furude in third person. Created a book with Oishi that had said, please uncover the mystery for us. Hey, they were still researching it at the time. It was just like a motivational little message to whoever finds it after they're gone, probably. It's us, John Higurashi. Oh my god. But if I keep throwing the die, will Akasaka's game piece eventually appear? Akasaka, let's go! The final rule, Rule Y, involves the evil masterminds who are using Takano as their own game piece. To defeat them, I need a very strong opponent for her. And the only one I can think of is none other than Akasaka from the police headquarters in Tokyo. Okay. Maybe not the one I would have picked, but, yeah, sure. There are more pieces who would lend me their power. I need to gather them all, otherwise I can't win against Takano. The preparation of the game board is complete, but I need more pieces. It's only the beginning. I thought it was Hanyu. It might be Hanyu. It could also be Frederica Berncastel that we keep seeing all over this game. I know that I think she's a character in Umineko? I don't even know anymore. I'm so confused with the characters in Umineko and their names. Maybe it'll make sense when I play the game. For now, I'm just confused. I know that it's a name that also appears in Umineko, and a name that we've seen in this game over and over and over again, with no explanation as to who that actually is. I don't know why, but I feel like I should make a new save slot. Okay. The game board must be set up. It's set up now, so I guess we can read these now? The ones that only require the game board to be set up. A fragment of Himatsubushi, a Watanagashi, Miyakashi, Tatarigoroshi. Isn't Watanagashi the first one? Maybe we should start with the first one. Onikakushi is the first one, actually. Watanagashi is the second one. What did I say was the first one? Onikakushi. We can read Onikakushi. Hell yeah. Woo! Tsukishi and his mystery slop characters. You haven't played Umineko yet? Yeah. I know like what some of the characters look like, and I know some of the names, but I don't really know anything more than that. I have my suspicions, but yeah, I don't know. In the end, it doesn't really play a big role, I think. We'll see, we'll see. In order for Keiichi Maebara to become a game piece that can lead everyone, there's something he has to learn about first. Also, yeah, I'm playing Higurashi first because I was told to play it first, because Umineko technically came after Higurashi, so I don't know, I guess it made sense to me to play this one first. But I feel like maybe it would be a cooler experience to have played Umineko first, because then maybe I would know who Frederica Bernkastel is, and maybe things would make more sense. Maybe I could have figured out the mystery sooner. I'm not sure. The piece that's very painful, pitiful, and sad. He has to learn about his friends, and he has to learn to not doubt them. Yeah, he has to remember that he killed them. He doesn't know the importance of trusting his friends. He doesn't know, just yet. A slight mistrust grows into paranoia, and Keiichi Maebara is trapped within Rule X. At the end of Rule X, Keiichi leaves a sad note and dies. While it may be very bitter and very painful, it also puts him through the process of learning something very important. Hey, Hanyu, you didn't have to apologize. In the few days he left Hinamizawa to attend his relative's funeral. Tragically, he experienced an outbreak. But I think this was necessary, as his first step towards learning something important. The very first step towards smoking out Rule X and eventually defeating it. When this piece was all I had, I didn't even think of that though. Yeah, so this is basically confirmation it was Hanyu going, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, in the bus drive back home. All I'll say is that I think it's wise to play Higurashi first. Okay. I mean, it's the original experience anyway. I'm just gonna save in between anyway, even though I should be able to play most of the ones that say the game board must be set up, but I'm scared. So next was Watanagashi, right? Yes, Watanagashi. This game piece reminds us that no matter what happens on this game board, everything is due to the curse or the Sonozaki family pulling someone's strings. No, to put it in my words, this is the piece that makes everyone aware of the existence of Rule Z. It's hard to notice with just this piece, but this is a complicated fragment where Shion Sonozaki, while trapped in Rule X and mistaking it for Rule Y, is hurled about. I need to look at the rules again. Rule X is madness and Y is murders. I don't know exactly what this means. So she's trapped in the madness and is mistaking it for the curse of Oyashiro-sama? My notes, unfortunately, are not very, detailed. The rules were much longer. I really wish she would have included like a little summary of what the rules were, so I'm not as confused. He literally like kept repeating himself in the early episodes, re-explaining what the curse of Oyashiro-sama, what Watanagashi, and everything is. But he can't explain the rules to me again? Oh, hello, Vami! Nikisoni! Hi! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in! I hope you had fun playing Resident Evil. I still haven't played a single Resident Evil game. I will, eventually. Hello, the annoying guy. Hello, Vami. Hello, Lolly. Hi. We're playing some Higurashi still, after 1.5 years. But we're really close to finishing it. I think we can finish it by hopefully April or so. We'll see. I'm being very positive about it. Okay, we're currently in very heavy spoiler territory, so if you want to read Higurashi at some point, close your eyes, close your ears, because there's a lot of spoilers, and the mystery is basically already uncovered. But we don't know how the story concludes yet. It was so wobbly. Rail shooting Wii Resident Evil is something else. Oh yeah, I saw you post about it. Do you play on like real hardware? Do we still have that much left? We're currently stuck in the fragments, so we haven't been able to make any progress on the actual chapters. There's 14 achievements in this episode, and there were 14 in the last one too. And we haven't gotten a single achievement for reading the fragments. So until we get out of the fragment section, we won't be making any actual progress towards the chapters itself. But maybe they aren't too long. Maybe we will get through it a little quicker. But I did hear that Matsuribayashi was the longest one out of all of them. Also, hello, Nixoni. Hi. Hope you're doing good today. We'll finish it when you finish it and no sooner. Well, yeah, duh. Real Wii shenanigans? I miss having a Wii. I used to... the Wii used to be my favorite console. It was my very first own console. After... Well, not my very first console. I had the DS and the DSi beforehand, but those were handhelds. Like my very first one that I had to set up with a TV and everything. And it's a very cool console. I kind of want to get one again, just to mod and play around with it. I don't have any Wii games, and I feel like they are a little bit expensive today. I haven't actually looked at the prices. But a lot of cool games released for the Wii, and it's making me interested in getting one. I still have the Wii from my childhood. Oh man, I'm so jealous. It had like a really cool red one. I don't know why it was like a very deep red, but it was very cool. I modded my original 3DS and PSP recently, waited for batteries for them. I still have my 3DS. I actually wanted to get a capture card installed into that so I could play the Professor Layton games on that. But yeah, finding a service that provides the capture card building into your 3DS thing, difficult and also expensive. Some games are super cheap, but some are crazy expensive. Really depends on what you want to play. I would like to play this isn't the only Resident Evil game that's on the Wii, right? I think there were more, if I'm not crazy. So I would have actually loved to play those on like original hardware if I could. I'm glad I kept mine as well. I would have regretted it so hard. Yeah, I don't know. My parents just sold it without asking me. They just decided, well, that's it. It's gone. And it was gone. The red Wii, yeah, it was really cool. 3DS capture cards are so expensive. Yeah, I saw one that does it here in Germany, and it was like 200 something euros, and I was like, okay, well, I can't afford that right now. I would love to, but I can't. The Wii is sweet for being able to play GameCube and Wii. The Wii U even more for being able to do Wii U, Wii, and GameCube with HDMI output when it has custom firmware. Yeah, I heard really good things about it when it comes to being able to play older games. Umbrella Chronicles is also on there, another terrible rail shooter, not sure about any others. Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought I heard someone mention it the other day, like one of the older Resident Evils, like one of the... I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering. But yeah, the game that I played the most on the Wii back in the day was, for sure, Animal Crossing City Folk. I used to play that so much. I talked about this 100 times already, but I had like the little microphone that you could buy for the Wii, and I don't think many games actually had support for that microphone. I don't know if there was any other game other than Animal Crossing City Folk, but it was really cool. You could literally talk to people in Animal Crossing with your voice. It was so nice. And then it never appeared in any Animal Crossing again up until today, where we now have game chat with the Switch 2. But like, man, that was such a cool console. I loved that. There were a few karaoke games. Okay, well, that makes sense. Why wouldn't you use that? I just thought it was super awesome. I had a really good time. Surprisingly, didn't meet any weird people talking to them via the microphone. I'd be scared to see the Wii Sports hours on my Wii. I never had Wii Sports, but I played it with a friend on their Wii. I gotta get food now. Have a great stream. Thank you! I hope you enjoy your food. And I hope you can rest well. And thank you again for the raid. Hello, Shavix! Hi. Hope you're doing good today. Hold on, let me see if I can look up the rules again. Higurashi. Rules. X, Y, and Z. Aha! The Higurashi wiki! Rule X. Okay, let me just read this real quick. Rule X. A random person in Hinamizawa succumbs to the Hinamizawa syndrome and is driven to acts of violence by extreme levels of paranoia. Maebara, Keiichi, Ryugu, Rena, and Sonozaki Shion are the most prominent victims of this rule, as at least one of them develops the Hinamizawa syndrome in most scenarios. Examples: Onikakushi Hen, Watanagashi Hen, Tsumi Horoboshi Hen. I'm not gonna read all of that. I do remember those. Rule Y. Tomitake Jiro and Takano Mio are killed on the night of Watanagashi without fail in every scenario. No! Oh my god! There's a spoiler! Ah! Okay, I can't keep reading because I saw something I don't think I was supposed to see, but that helped me already. Everyone at Hinamizawa believes that the Sonozaki family is responsible for the series of mysterious deaths. The Sonozaki family actually has no control over the deaths, but uses Oyashiro-sama's curse as a bluff to scare everyone. Okay, I think that's enough to read. I don't want to read anymore in case I see something I'm not supposed to see again. It wasn't anything big, but it wasn't something that I wanted to know. It was something that I suspected already, though. That's not that big of an issue. Back on the Wii, Xenoblade Chronicles and Monster Hunter 3 were the games I sunk most time into. I never played a Monster Hunter until I played World. But I feel like it would be kind of crazy to play with the Wii remote, no? A Monster Hunter game with the Wii remote? I feel like maybe it's not that bad. You had the nunchucks after all. But now we know. It makes a little bit more sense now, having the background for them. Okay. It's hard to notice with just this piece, but this is a complicated fragment where Shion Sonozaki, while trapped in Rule X madness, is mistaking it for Rule Y, where Tomitake and Takano get killed, is hurled about. Comes to notice the existence of Rule Z, which is the Sonozaki family being responsible for everything. So she suspects them and locks them in the basement, kills them, and yeah. But this is also the piece that teaches us the rule of the game board. By the way, the piece called Shion Sonozaki is a piece coming from the outside, from the game's point of view. It was pretty funny. It was heavily advertised. Interesting. I see the spoiler bit, that's a bit unfortunate. I only read the name, to be fair. I only read like the very first word after I finished the previous sentence. But it's something that I literally mentioned like 20 minutes ago that I was already suspecting. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's pretty much, I don't know, there's no other, person that it could be. You know what I mean? I don't want to say too much for everyone that didn't get spoiled. Hello, Klaus. Hi. We're doing it today. Fandom.com. I was like, there's no way they would spoil me. I'm just looking up the rules. They were explained in episode 7. No reason why they would have to spoil anything about episode 8. But they did. Well, they only mentioned a name. So that was enough for me to count as a spoiler. By the way, the piece called Shino Sonozaki is a piece coming from the outside, from the game's point of view. Hmm? She disliked Satoko Hojo at first, but through this and another piece, she learned something important. Challenges Rule X and then grows to be a powerful piece to fight Rule Z. The most ridiculous part of this fragment is that it's hidden so cunningly, and doesn't seem that way at all with just a passing glance. Learn from your mistakes. Please become a powerful piece and lend me your strength to defeat my enemies. She didn't specify what the other thing was that she was talking about. She only said this fragment and another one, but she didn't specify what it was. Hello, Mushroom Rika. Thank you. I hope you also have fun and smile a lot. Which one was the next one? Technically, it was Tatari Goroshi. We can read Tatari Goroshi. I already read Rule Z, right? Yeah, I did. Rule Z was the fact that the Sonozaki family takes responsibility for everything quote-unquote bad that happens, and therefore everyone suspects them of being responsible for the yearly killings. Where was it? I think it was also Rule Z that included Takano and Oishi spreading like misinformation and casting suspicion on, well, especially Oishi, on the Sonozaki family, right? You can just say Oishi is wrong about everything. He is! He has like really good instincts about literally everything. But when it comes to this, I think because it's so close to, you know, his personal life, because it includes someone that he admired and felt very strongly about, you know, the construction site manager. I think because of that, it's just he's too close and he can't see the truth anymore. Even though he has usually pretty good instincts, he just can't in that particular case, you know? Damn, 45 stream streak. Thank you, Klaus. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's crazy. Time passes by so quickly. 45 days sounds like, or streams rather, sounds like a really big number. It's kind of scary. It's been a pleasure. I'm glad to hear that. Good instincts, or is she using another child as bait? Well, okay, I'm not saying that his methods are good. I'm saying his instincts are good. Sometimes. Like, he figured out that Keiichi killed Teppei. And, like, he knew that he was responsible for it. He knew the truth. He has his moments, okay? And he figured out that, you know, Satoko might have killed her parents. You know, she figured out that there was... He figured out that there was something wrong with her story. And that Satoshi also was responsible for the killing of his aunt. Stuff like that, you know? He isn't stupid. His methods aren't good, but, you know... Come on, who doesn't use a child as bait sometimes? True. Nobody's perfect, exactly. Oishi comes dear Nam. Damn near close. Dear Nam is what I almost said. He's always right for the complete wrong reasons. Exactly. But it's okay. It's endearing. Oishi's a little stupid sometimes. He's a dumbass with good instincts. Okay? I think we can agree on that. This piece shows us the existence of the unreasonable rule Z surrounding Satoko and reveals the most powerful adversary rule on the game board, Rule Y. Can the rules X, Y, and Z be seen now? The enemy we need to fight, the things we need to learn, all are gathered and revealed here in this fragment. At this point, it's possible to reach Rule Y. Fighting against Rule Z's effect on Satoko is the best that can be done. But in this piece, we make a mistake in our approach for fighting it. The outcome we gain through it... Erroneous? Sorry, I'm gonna look it up. Oh god, that's so difficult to spell for me too. Erroneous. Erroneous? I don't know how to pronounce it even. Pronunciation. Erroneous. Okay. It means containing error, mistaken, incorrect, wrong. The outcome we gained through erroneous means is erroneous itself. Erroneous. Wait, was it erroneous? Erroneous. I'm gonna lose it. The one good quality Oishi has in his car is air conditioning. True! Junko did this with Danganronpa too, kinda. Children as bait? I never really saw it as that, to be honest. I don't actually fully understand what Junko's objective was in Danganronpa 2. Not to spoil anyone or to go too in-depth about that now, because it would be way off topic, but I'm kind of thinking about it now. I'll have to keep thinking about it. Good thing Danganronpa 2x2 is coming soon, and I'll be playing that on stream because I love Danganronpa 2. Erroneous. Okay. Keiichi Maebara learned that through his own experiences. A tragedy doesn't possess the power to overcome tragedy. Violence doesn't possess the power to overcome violence. If they can grasp that, all the pieces on this game board will learn the true way to fight. But Takano is too powerful. The shocking end of this piece doesn't allow us to learn it that easily. I feel like if I were to watch my own VODs, I would lose my mind, because every time I'm like in the middle of reading something important, I like go off topic and I talk about literally everything else. And then I come back to this, reading it as if nothing happened. Someone has told me that before, that it's kind of funny to watch my VODs because I do that very often and very consistently. And I think it would drive me crazy if I was a viewer of my own. I'm so sorry to everyone who's bothered by it. I'm truly sorry, but I just can't stop doing it, even if I'm aware of it. I'm sorry. I'm aware of my sins, but I can't change anything about it. Without spoiling too much, that class was bait for a big fish. God, I don't remember that well anymore. I think I know what you mean. Oh yeah. I do remember. It was like in addition... Like, no, in connection with the anime, right? That aired the two different sides where it had the backstory for the characters of Danganronpa 2, and then it had like the aftermath of Danganronpa 2 as well. I think it's kind of hard to remember. I'm glad that I'm gonna be able to play it again. It's funny. It's part of the experience. Thank you. It has been 1 second since Spooky went on an off-topic rant. The tangenting is baked into the stream experience, don't worry. I'm glad you guys think so. I'm like aware of it by now, and every time I think I should stop talking, but it's like I want to hammer some points home and I want to finish talking about what I'm talking about. Blah, 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 blah. We have an ad break coming up. I'll be right back in 3 minutes. Bye-bye. Hello, I'm back. Before I forget, adjust game volume. There we go. Thank you for the hydrate and for the posture check. I did that. I stopped by Rice's stream. I saw that he's in a... Oh god, I already forgot what he said. Is it like a tomb? I don't know. It looks very cool. He's playing Peak with Last X, and they're like in the mesa, but like in a very weird like tomb type thing. And it looks very cool. Apparently you can find a golden bing bong, and when you bring that back, you can get a bing bong hat. It's very intriguing. I didn't know that existed. I got slightly distracted by it, but it's very cool. My goal today is to finish stream so that I can finally raid Rice for the first time ever, because he usually had raids disabled, and I wanna finally be able to raid him for once. Thank you. Welcome back to Trace Pizza. Okay, we read Tatarigoroshi. Let me see. What is the next one? Himatsubushi. I don't know why I'm doing this in chronological order, but I want to. Matsubushi. This piece is the only one that's so distorted. That's because it's from long before June 1983. That was, which one was that? Oh yeah, that was the one that included Rika's origin story, so to say. Therefore, the existence of this piece has no effect whatsoever in the game we're playing on this board. But is this really a useless piece? The identity of Rule Y has been completely exposed by now. With the backing of a mighty organization, it is powerful enough to swallow up the small solidarity of individuals. I almost gave up on this game because of its irrational power. That's why I'm thinking that maybe there's a piece hidden somewhere that's strong enough to fight against such a formidable enemy. Mamoru Akasaka works at the police headquarters in Tokyo and might have the power to stand up to such a vast conspiracy. Can his power withstand even Rule Y? Just like Keiichi Maebara defeated Rule Z, will he be able to defeat Rule Y so easily? We need everyone's strength. So Akasaka's strength is needed as well. What did Akasaka go there to again to like look into? Was it the disappearance of the Grand Minister of Construction's grandson? Or the Minister of Construction's grandson? I think that was it, right? So if he's from Tokyo, he's not from the organization of Tokyo, but he's just from Tokyo. Maybe they have connections to the organization, so he could possibly help. And then we have Miyakashi. We have a Watanagashi chapter fragment. Oh, look at these two. Oh, I love them. My little French fry and my broccoli. I love them. This is the piece of Shion Sonozaki who goes mad after being taken in by Rule X. With no room for sympathy, this is such a painful piece that one can only have pity. It distinctly identifies the keyhole of the padlock called Rule Z. Keiichi Maebara becomes a key himself to pry open this padlock. And as Mion Sonozaki wished for, he becomes a wind that clears out the stagnant air filling the village. This piece also teaches us an important lesson. Shion Sonozaki learns through this piece and then becomes a strong ally for Satoko Hojo. And that way, maybe Satoko Hojo is a piece that represents the padlock for Rule Z. Unless she is saved, Rule Z can't be defeated. And when she is saved, that means Rule Z is defeated. This piece indicates only that. That's the only thing Shion Sonozaki learned by gambling her life. But now, I think that's very important. Every time I see Satoko and Shion argue about pumpkins, I think about that. It was very heartbreaking. That, you know, she dies realizing that her whole goal should have been to protect Satoko and not to treat her so horribly and, you know, kill her in the end. French fry and broccoli. Well, you know, Satoshi looks a little bit like a French fry and, you know, Shion has green hair, so that makes her broccoli. And as is typical of French fry, its destiny is to be eaten. Yeah, we should all eat Satoshi. A little piece of him. Satoko, my beloved, they can never make me hate you. And, Shion. I think those two make me so happy together. Those two are a good pairing. And Satoshi. I love him. I think Miyakashi might have just really been my favorite one. I love the Sonozaki sisters so much. That was Miyakashi. Now, Tsumi Horoboshi. Ain't no fucking way. Rice, I wanted to raid you! No! I was just talking about how my goal is to raid you today. No! God damn it! Ah! You can't do this to me! I hope you had a good time playing Peak. I'm guessing by the fact that you raided me that you died in the Mesa? Is that what happened? Rice raid! Rice raid! Raid? Raido? Oh yeah, you asked me the difference between English rice and German rice. It's a, I don't know how to explain it. It's a harder R, rice. Can you hear the difference? I hope you can. Hello, Last X. Better luck next time. I'll try my best. Guess he has to start streaming again. Yeah, part 3. Where is it? Where's my Animal Crossing stream? You haven't done your dailies yet. Or have you? But yeah, as you can see, we're playing Higurashi still. Can you believe it? Still 1.5 years and still going strong. Will we ever finish it? We're almost done with the fragments, actually. So we can actually continue this episode and get anywhere close to the end, maybe. Not the rice with the hard R. I don't know. I would... what could you put on rice that also starts with an R? I don't know. You could make risotto out of rice. Stream extension! Yippee! But yeah, we're currently going through the last fragments. They're very short, so I think we should be able to finish them today. We're just going through a little bit of a sort of recap of all the different episodes that we've played and the important lessons that we've learned from them. Just to give you a little bit of information. This game piece has a very important meaning for us, because it showed us for the first time that it was possible to poke a hole in the fate of the June of 1983. To start from the conclusion, everything gets taken in by Rule Y at the end, and all our effort is wasted. But we're challenging the great law that governs this game board, Rule X, head on. We're using everything we've learned so far from other fragments, which prove that we can defeat it. We grow by learning. In a game with no hope of winning, we can discover a slight chance of victory. This piece taught us that. With the power of hope and whimsy and friendship, you can do anything. That's what that chapter told me. With this game piece, Rule X was almost completely defeated. Heiji Maebara and our other friends won't be led astray by something as pathetic as the Hinamizawa syndrome and dance in tragedy any longer. It has also taught us that the rules aren't indestructible and are possible to overcome. In other words, it has given us the ones who are on the outside of the game board hope. It's an important fragment that serves as our turning point and the trigger for everything else. It was a very, very sweet fragment, I suppose I should call them. And Akasaka, I don't know who he is. He's just a random police guy who, I don't know how to recap the story that he was in. He came to Hinamizawa to look for the Minister of Construction's grandson because he was kidnapped by what we now know was the Okonoki gardeners, meaning the mountain dogs, to, I guess, end the dam conflict. And he was just there to, like, find the missing grandson and bring him back. And during that time, he met Rika, and he found out about her, you know, being fated to die and everything, and she was able to tell him that. I think he was, like, one of the first people that he was able to talk to about, you know, her dying. And originally, Rika also predicted that his wife was gonna die and that he should go back to Tokyo and whatnot. He didn't go back to Tokyo, and his wife ended up dying. But his fate changed in the last episode, and his wife survived. And that's why he's absent for the majority of the episode, because he's just on vacation with his wife and child. But yeah, he's a cool guy. He went Meep and Nipa a bunch of times. He's kind of cute. He's very moe. That's exactly why I like Akasaka. He's not afraid to go Meep and Nipa. I love him. So that was Tsumi Horoboshi, and now we have Minagoroshi. And then there's only one more fragment. Oh my god, look at her! The game piece that uncovers the invisible rule Y that has been pulling the strings from the beginning. Because the impression of that is so strong, it's easy to forget about something very important. We can't forget that this piece also shows the path towards destroying Rule Z. While Rika Furude lamented Rule Z as impossible to defeat, it was hardly a match for Keiichi Maebara and the others once they learned everything they needed to. They knew the correct way to fight and fought according to the rules of the game board. As a result, we win, and that fact is more valuable than anything for us. Keiichi Maebara taught me a lesson. There's no need to subject ourselves to any fate. The will to believe can defeat anything. The fate that I was always subjected to was created by Miyo Takano's own conviction. So what he says is correct. To defeat her conviction, we need a stronger conviction of our own. A strong will can be pierced only by another strong will. We defeated rules X and Z and then challenged the final rule, Rule Y, but we needed more pieces. Each piece fought at its best, but the strength of our enemy's pieces, led by Miyo Takano, were just too powerful. She didn't even give us mercy. She squished us completely and made us restart the game all over again. It's kind of funny how this is breaking the fourth wall by calling everything a game, kind of. It's very interesting. Although we lost, we didn't give up the resolve in our hearts, because we finally found the true culprit and also found a clue for how to fight against her. We can't win with the pieces we have now. We don't have a powerful enough conviction or a strong enough will. But Hanyu and I will keep trying. We'll roll our die repeatedly, look for the greatest result, collect pieces, and try again. With a will stronger than Takano. Didn't you think of giving up several times before you got to this point? But you made it because you believed in me and followed me here. We're almost there, we can do it. Let's create the last piece. It will be the ultimate piece, and we won't need anything else. The very last piece of all. Come on, let's collect the pieces. Let's collect miracles. Please give your hopes, desires, and dreams to me. Man, Rikishi is getting so poetic. Is this a game to you? It was. Maybe not anymore. This is becoming too real. Okay, last fragment. It probably is going to be a long one, knowing Rikishi. It's not going to be short. Unless... Fragment of Matsuribayashi. 7 fragments are required. After collecting miracles from all 7 fragments, I finally got a hold of this one. This fragment holds our final fate. But before we take a peek, please wait just for a little bit. The fate that's inside will be decided the moment we take a peek. Have I told you about the story of the cat in the box? Is the cat in the box alive or dead? If you open the box, you'll know, but you won't know until you open it. What is this soundtrack? Festival Matsuri. Oh, I don't think we've had this one before, right? Freaking peak emote. Yeah, remember this one? Cat in the Box, the horror RPG Maker game? Wait, that's a game? Oh god, now I open my browser to see my own stream. Gulp. Cat in the Box. RPG Maker game. Oh, it is. Huh. And it's one that I don't know. Well. I guess I'll have to put that on my list. I love RPG Maker games. This one looks kind of good. It could be alive and it could be dead. In other words, before you open the box, the living cat and the dead cat are simultaneously coexist. And the moment you open the box and find out the truth, the incorrect answer disappears. The inside of this fragment is the same principle. The future we desire and the future Takano desires simultaneously coexist. They are opposing and denying each other. Once we take a peek, one of those futures will disappear. If we have enough pieces, we can take a look inside this fragment. But we've only had the same pieces lined up the same way on the game board, and the game under the same condition was Takano's complete victory. We've already tried that in the Minagoroshi fragment. We need more pieces. We need the help of a piece that's powerful enough to defeat Rule Y. Until I get a hold of that piece, it's too scary to take a peek inside this fragment. But how do I get such a piece? It's a piece I've never gotten a hold of before. To obtain it, I need to look just one more time. I need one more miracle to obtain that piece. One more? Where do we get that one last miracle? I wonder. I have no idea where Higurashi is leading me with this one. What happens now that we're done? Do we just get pushed back to the chapters? Oh! Leftover fragments. Do you need the final miracle? I do. I do need the final miracle. It's a miracle store. Give me some miracle whip. Isn't that like mayonnaise? The soup store. Why are you at the soup store? I love that meme. Oh, okay. Let's go. What is this? I never noticed this tiny little fragment. Sometimes a fragment gets cracked and it breaks. Just like how the fate we believe in cracks sometimes. A damaged fate is no longer the same fate it was. Then which fate does this piece belong to? I picked up the tiny fragment and tried to match it with the fragments I have in my hand. And the last fragment I picked up was the Himatsubushi fragment. Himatsubushi, which one was that again? Sorry, I have a short-term memory. Oh, it's the one with Rika's backstory. This fragment was distorted from the beginning. And look. See? This tiny piece fits perfectly. With this tiny fragment, how will the world change? What kind of miracle will occur? Akasaka is the true hero of the story? Oh my god, I can't believe it. The whole world warped. Since I put the broken piece back where it belonged, the distortion centered on the crack. But that doesn't mean I can't take a peek inside. It's already past 1985. It's a time long after Rika Furude and her friends' stories tragically ended in June 1983. Oh, is it like the book that they were writing? To uncover the mysteries? Beep. With some mild interference, an order crackled through their headsets. Mimi! All units... The chief has a message for you all, so listen up. Good work, everyone. The local police has given us 15 minutes to wrap this up, but I'm only giving you a few seconds. Don't let a single person escape. The main target is a diplomat. Don't let him suspect you're a cop. Just grab him. But make sure you leave no injuries. It'll lead to problems if you do. They're dirtbags who hide under diplomatic immunity to deal with the local gangsters. They launder money from drug dealing and force people into the sex trade to pay off high-interest debts. According to the local embassy, some of the victims are younger than teenagers. Excuse-moi? Huh? Who? What? Who are they talking about? It's the third Sonozaki sibling, Neon. Oh my god. What is happening? Shitbags. Normally, this would be a simple case. What with the perpetrators being gangsters. But when the police found out that a foreign diplomat was involved, things got much more complicated all of a sudden. Diplomats have diplomatic immunity, so the police can't arrest them. But they knew he was an important figure in the whole scheme, and there was no doubt that he was the middleman between the foreign criminal organization and the Japanese gangsters. They couldn't let him escape. It'd be easy to deport him, but that wouldn't solve anything. The police had asked the embassy for assistance, but they denied the request. And the case was put on standstill at that point. That's when they found out that the organization was going to be selling the Defense Forces classified radar and missile technology secrets. The Public Safety Division then had to move on the premise to protect this classified government information. And today was the day the operation was set to go.
正面は階段前に2人
Two men at the front stairs.
地下入り口に2人
2 men at the underground
裏
entrance.
口に4人
4 men at the back door.
全員体重の可能性大
All suspects are believed to be armed.
普段より2人多いな
2 more than usual,
あ
huh?
の人にとっちゃ2秒余計にかかるだけさ
It'll only take 2 seconds more for him.
容赦ねえからなあの人
He never shows anyone mercy.
聞こえるか赤坂
Akasaka! He's here! Can you hear, Akasaka?
お前が切り込み隊長だ
You're on point.
用心して隠れ
Be careful.
よし開始しろ
Okay, let's move.
赤坂了解
Oh my god. What an entrance. He's so cool. Kia! Can we get a sprite? No, it's probably gonna be just black the entirety of the time. This is Akasaka. I copy.
作戦を開始する
Let's go. Oh my god, look at him! I love him. Oh god, he looks a little different from before, right? Okay, this sprite looks roughly the same. Sorry, I'm switching through them. But I feel like his Ryukishi sprite looks slightly different. His hair is a little different. His face, he doesn't look like a baby anymore, I feel. It's him. A man suddenly appeared around the corner downtown. It was Akasaka. He displayed none of the naivete that he did when he first met Rika. I mean, that would explain why he looks different. He's no longer a baby. He's now, I don't know, what, fucking 15 years older? I don't know. When was that backstory with Rika? Maybe even like 20 years older? He's locked in. He's a father now. He has a child to protect. Oh, the music! What is that? Primal Beat of Haro. That's a new one too. When he got to the entrance of the underground club, a bouncer with a heavy foreign accent stopped him.
こ会員制
This place, members only.
お兄さん会員証ある
Do you have a membership card? Akasaka pulled a card out after being asked. It was a card that was very difficult to forge, so they could only get one. As the man on point, he was the one to receive it. The bouncer let Akasaka in after confirming he had a membership card.
赤塚さん地上の護衛突破
Akasaka-san passed the bouncer at the
地
entrance.
下階段を降りてます
He's going down the stairs.
頼むぞ赤坂
Come on, Akasaka. At the bottom of the staircase, there was an overly decorated door like the ones you'd see at high-class clubs. The venomous glow of the cocktail lights lit it up, silently warning everyone it was an entrance to a den of evil.
いらっしゃいませ会員証を拝見いたします
Welcome. May I see your membership card? The guard at the entrance took the membership card and put it through the card reader on the wall. Beep. An error sound. Slight perspiration could be seen on Akasaka's forehead. The guard swept the card a couple of times more. Beep. Beep.
赤塚さん手間取ってます
Akasaka-san is having a problem.
まさかカードの認証が変えられたか
Did they change the system?
赤坂にトラブルが発生したら作戦変更するぞ
If Akasaka's encountering trouble, we'll change plans.
赤坂の安全を速攻で確保しろ
Secure his safety pronto. The expression on the guard with him steadily grew dour. His right hand reached inside of his jacket, probably fingering his gun. Ding. The buzzer suddenly rang with a delightful tone, and the reader flashed a green light. Immediately after that, the lock on the door opened up.
お待たせしました
And he would still let him in after that? I would have only swiped the card once. Like, if it's red, you're out, buddy. Thank you for
どう
waiting.
ぞお通りください
Please head on inside. Ooh, fancy. What does it look like in the OG? The new one. Console one. Only a picture of a lamp. The guard pulled his hand out of his jacket and opened up the heavy door. Loud music and flashing, colorful lights spilled out from the inside. From within that, a well-dressed guard appeared to welcome Akasaka. At this moment, his first mission was accomplished. Having acted as the go signal for the remaining units, Akasaka was also in the dangerous position of being in enemy territory all by himself. The door was the biggest obstacle for their ambush. The door was locked automatically, so whenever it was closed, it was also sealed that way. It was a solid door and nearly impossible to open from the outside. somebody had to not only open that door, but keep it open for several seconds in order for the raid to begin. Akasaka was the only one who could do that.
赤坂入り口確保
Akasaka, entrance secured.
作戦
Go,
開始
go, go! Commence operation! The complex on the other side of the club was getting a new tenant, and there were 2 trucks parked in front of the building. But of course, that was just a disguise. The door to one of the trucks opened, and several dozen plainclothes investigators jumped out. The same thing was happening at the back door too. The ground level guards noticed this and began to draw their guns, but were taken down immediately by nearby investigators who had been pretending to be innocent bystanders. Several dozen investigators quietly went down the underground stairs. These narrow underground stairs were another obstacle to their operation. Everything would end up on the security camera. Their raid would become known within a few seconds. For that matter, a push on the security button would make it impossible for the lock to be opened from the outside. That's why they had to secure the door before the ambush. The guards on both sides of Akasaka noticed the loud footsteps coming down from the stairs. The well-dressed guard also realized that something was wrong. Uh-oh. Wasn't this back in the 1980s? Maybe the tech was iffy? Oh yeah, it could be. It could be that they have, like, problems with the card reader frequently, and that's why he just swiped it a couple more times. The 3 guards shifted their attention from Akasaka to the stairs behind him. And as he sensed that attention shift, Akasaka took a quick, deep breath and then stopped breathing entirely. Ooh. The 2 guards standing beside him suddenly rose into the air in strange positions. Oh no! That's not what I wanted to do. I'm so sorry. No! Oh god, I just wanted to look at the music. No, I'm sorry. I gotta gotta change everything now. God. Yup. This. And this. Sorry, my bad. Akasaka had determined his position relative to the 2 guards next to him. Can I hit the right button now? Assault operations. So, he didn't need to check with his eyes. But even so, his fists had been driven into their faces with such precise accuracy. His moves were well-trained ones and showed no mercy against evil. They were as destructive as armor-piercing ammunition. And furthermore, Akasaka had retracted his arms at the same speed he struck. Everything looked so strange in the flashing lights. The man who witnessed all this probably couldn't figure out what had just happened. The 2 guards were up in the air in strange positions, and the man who had been standing in front of him was now crouching low. Then that frozen moment shattered. I knew he was gonna play that soundtrack. That really sounds like the PSI thunder sound effect from Earthbound. Huh. I've never played Earthbound, so I wouldn't know, but maybe once I play it, I'll recognize it. I think Ryukishi used to use like free sound samples, so it would make sense if it was like a sound that was easily available for game devs. The well-dressed guard was smashed into the ceiling and shortly afterward came crashing down onto the floor. Later on, while slurping liquid food... What? He would desperately try to remember whether it was a fist or a leg that broke his jaw. Oh, okay. He would probably never quite recall it. Rather luckily, the way his body fell blocked the door, so Akasaka didn't have to hold it open any longer.
突入する
This is Akasaka. I'm going in.
おい待て
Wait!
後続と合流しろ
Wait for your backup!
赤坂
Akasaka! The room was filled with loud music, but everyone had already noticed the brouhaha at the entrance. The what now? What does that mean? Well, it could mean commotion, stir, tempest, frenzy. Okay. At the entrance.
床に伏せろ
Everyone, get down! As soon as Akasaka bellowed his warning, screams filled the club. Most people immediately hit the floor as if trying to proclaim their innocence. But all the guards reacted quickly to Akasaka. In the midst of all this, there were a few people who were trying to make their escape through the back alongside several guards. Akasaka restarted his breathing once and then stopped it again, and then ran after them like a wolf. He jumped up onto the table, smashing expensive bottles of alcohol and scattering glasses with ice cubes made from the icebergs of the Arctic. Kinda doubt that. A foreign bodyguard whose previous profession must have been a professional boxer thoughtlessly stood in front of Akasaka. With a heavy accent, he tried to taunt his opponent, but Akasaka couldn't have cared less about that. The only display that man was able to put on for him was that he was able to block Akasaka's attack, but it wasn't even an effective guard. The power of Akasaka's punches were so incredible that they simply broke the man's bones in his attempt to block them. What the hell is happening? Why is Akasaka built like a truck and he can just break people's fists? What is happening? I have too much trauma, so when I hear Akasaka, I think of Oshinoko. Oh, was there a character named that? I didn't watch it. I only watched episode 1, and I don't really remember much of it. Dude, Akasaka must have trained like crazy, but why is he... Why? Why did he do that? I forgot Akasaka is straight up Baki character? Baki? What does that mean? The man's arm warped in a strange way, and the moment after the agony showed on his face, Akasaka's left arm ground into it. Where was this Akasaka when he was trying to rescue the minister's grandchild? Akasaka, you see, is right-handed. That man should consider himself grateful that he was able to get away with a mere orbital fracture. Thinking that this was his chance, another man attempted to tackle Akasaka-san from behind. He assumed that no matter how strong a man was, he'd go down quickly when attacked from behind. He also assumed that as Akasaka was concentrating in front of him, he wouldn't be expecting an attack from behind to begin with. But that would only be true if Akasaka was just concentrating on his front. Indeed, the attacker was very wrong, for Akasaka was no longer even thinking about the man before him. Akasaka knew exactly when and what was about to happen. The experience he had built up to this day taught him that. His body, more than his mind, remembered the timing for when menaces to society like these would make their move from behind him. Oh, it's one of the mangaka for Oshinoko. Oh, okay. Isn't this years after that? I've already forgotten. Yeah, like 15, 20 years maybe? But still, I'm surprised. Like, he's kind of crazy. I mean, it makes sense. Like, if you work in that profession for like 15, 20 years, like, you build so much experience, and if you keep like in relatively good shape, as I would expect him to, if he works for like a special forces unit or whatever, then yeah, it would explain why he can just do this. But still, like, breaking people's bones by like hitting them once is kind of crazy. Baki is a famous fighting manga. Oh, I haven't heard of it. Akasaka's attack continued fluidly from the left arm punch that he struck against the ex-boxer. His left arm retracted, and at the same time, he arced his left leg around beautifully as it crashed into the man approaching him from behind. A dull sound signified that his nose had been broken. But Akasaka already knew that. This is kind of silly. Akasaka continued his motion and directed a decisive right blow to the right side of his assailant's head. The man slammed into the wall and bounced off of it, rolling onto the floor. Akasaka took another breath. Under the glare of the dazzling club lights, the guards realized they were up against a demon. Yes, they realized that there was no way to take him down. The guards were being paid to deal with humans. Fighting demons just wasn't in their job description. At that moment, backup finally arrived. Maybe finally isn't a suitable word. Everything that happened did so over a matter of seconds. The time it took for Akasaka to take down those 5 guards was a span of merely 2 breaths. Yeah, okay, sure. He's a beast! Baki's more infamous, in my opinion, if that makes sense. Okay. Now you've intrigued me. I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm intrigued. Baki manga. Beast mode, baby! Hell yeah! He's going crazy! Hello, Rebel. Hope you're doing it today. You came just in time to see Akasaka activate beast mode. Where's the my true form emote? That's what Akasaka is doing right now. Baki is a very interesting manga. You're intriguing me more and more. Hold on, I just quick peek. I don't wanna go off on a tangent. Oh Jesus. I'm looking at pictures and okay, those guys are built. Holy damn. Okay. Interesting. My true form. Hey, does it show up? No, is it a 7TV emote? I don't know. Whatever. Put your hands above your head and get down on the floor. If you resist, we will open fire. Thanks to Akasaka's furious action, the flow of events was already set. Akasaka's intimidating first strike shattered the gang leader's will to run. They were all down on the floor, but one of them began smiling. You shouldn't touch me. It'll lead to an international incident. Akasaka grabbed him by the collar and threw him against the concrete wall. He sounds very A-okay after being thrown against a concrete wall, but okay. Aren't you a policeman? I have diplomatic immunity. Why is he talking like that? I guess it's to like show that he has an accent or something, but he sounds so monotone. I am a diplomat. Good for you. So, how much did you get paid, huh? This will be an international incident. I'll be calling the With a dragon-like roar, Akasaka's right fist pounded the wall right next to the diplomat's head. He broke the wall. But his fist is fine. Immediately after that, his left fist pounded the wall on the other side of that head. And soon enough, Akasaka had pounded the wall 7 times, each just a silver away from the diplomat. What is happening? His fists were easily powerful enough to crush the man's head. How is he fucking hitting a concrete wall and not breaking his own fists? Like, that's not how it works. The diplomat crumbled on the floor. Bro got disintegrated. Actual death threats from Akasaka, yeah, but not with words, with his fists. The music is good. This is a really funny scene, and it's, for once, Rikushi is not yet, okay? This isn't over yet. He hasn't included a single degenerate scene to make it less funny. This is Akasaka. Target secured. Further investigations discovered a secret getaway route that even public safety didn't know about. Dozens of Soviet military-grade machine guns were found, and if Akasaka hadn't stopped them there in the club, they would have escaped, or even worse, the operation might have ended with a brutal death toll on both sides. Machine guns? Is Rikushi a degen? Sometimes he can be. Yeah. There have been a few questionable scenes in Higurashi, but only a few, really. All thanks to how well Akasaka executed his duty, the operation was completed without a single shot fired. Come on, hurry! The local police will be here soon. Put them on the truck. Since the foreign diplomat was involved, they had to make sure it didn't look as though the whole operation was carried out by the police. Instead, it was made to look like a simple gang war. They would dump the useless gang members and hand over the target to the police. Of course, before handing him over, they'd make sure he spilled everything he knew. That diplomatic pig would be used as a negotiation device by another part of public safety. He found plenty of evidence that said pig was tied to an underground criminal organization. Not wanting a persona non grata on their hands, the embassy would likely cut all ties with him. The rest would be the business of other departments. Public safety's job was to take care of the things regular police couldn't deal with. Oh my god, it's over! He can be very degen. Yeah, some scenes were you know, a little very strange. But I feel like since there are so few, like it was only in the beginning of the individual episodes where stuff was very happy and whatnot. It was relatively short-lived, so I think I can look past it. Akasaka, are you okay?
応答しろ赤坂
Come on, Akasaka.
こちら赤坂
This is Akasaka.
撤収中
We're on our way. We're on our way.
また無茶をしやがって
What is with the music? Oh my god! Door. You've done it again.
後で出張にこってり絞られろ
Report to the chief to get reamed out later. Reamed out. Reamed out. Criticize someone severely or angrily, especially for personal failings. Chewed out.
やっぱり鬼だな赤坂さんはよ
It's so good. Akasaka-san, you sure are a
秒
demon.
殺で5人撃墜だぜ
5 men within mere
あ
seconds?
りゃあ絶対空手の域を超えてるな
That's not even karate anymore.
赤坂さんの鉄拳はすでに狂気だね
Your fists should be recategorized as lethal weapons.
しかし連中銃を抜かなかったのはラッキーだったよな
It sure was lucky that none of them drew their guns though.
赤坂さん躊躇ねえからな
It's a vibe. It's so good. I actually need to, hold on, open in YouTube. Does it actually work? It does. I'm gonna post it in the Discord for anyone who wants it because it's so good. Been thinking about this, but am I going crazy, or is this the VA for Akasaki the same as Jotaro's from JoJo? You mean Akasaka? Or one of the other guys? Kano or Nimi or Detective? I'm guessing you mean Akasaka, but I'm not sure. Oh my god, there's even singing! Or rapping, I guess. The first comment on YouTube is when they vibe. Higurashi when they vibe. Awesome stuff. The same BA as Dio in the fighting game for some reason. Oh, interesting. Interesting. How fitting. How fitting.
蜂の巣にしてたかもしれないぜ
Knowing how brutal Akasaka-san is, he could have turned them into honeycombs.
聞こえてるぞ人を殺し屋みたいに言うな
Shut up, don't make me sound like an assassin.
俺は悪党に容赦しないだけだ
I show no mercy against evil, that's all. The pigs he had just caught were no average criminals. They had committed so many unforgivable sins. The strength behind Akasaka's fists was proportional to those sins. The heavier their sins, the more powerful his blows would be.
歌どもを荷台に詰め込め
Come on, round them up.
赤坂急がせろ
Akasaka, make them hurry.
所轄署に通報が入ってるぞ
The local police will get here quickly.
赤坂了解
This is Akasaka.
聞
Understood.
こえたな撤収を急げ
Didn't you guys hear? Hurry up.
了解
Roger.
主任どうぞ要治療が5名
Command, we have 5 injured
手
here.
配をお願いします
Please have meds ready. There wasn't any trace left of Akasaka's old naivete. He had grown to be the vigilant ace of his department. That was a crazy fragment. I can't. This is the final piece that we needed to. I mean, sure, yeah, we just fucking have Akasaka go beast mode on Takano and that's it. Okay. All right. It's still not over. Akasaka's VA also voices the infamous Batora! Oh my god! He does! He does! That is so cool! Akasaka's fists sound like a Fate Noble Phantasm. The bigger the sin, the bigger the damage. Man, I wish I would get that reference. I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with it. I don't know how much longer this is gonna be, but I need to go soon. Or, like, now. I need to go, unfortunately. I wish I could keep going, but we'll have to leave it for next week. Or maybe tomorrow. Maybe if I'm bored tomorrow, maybe if I finally finish my design, I can stream. We'll see, we'll see. But Sometimes the chapters or whatever can be pretty long, so I'm guessing this will be a longer one since we only just had like a little break. So it'll be at least the same length, I'm assuming. So let me see. Who can I raid today? Following. Who is live right now? I don't know what the game is. I can't read Kala because she's playing Earthbound and I don't want to get spoiled. Kobe is playing Minecraft. Also playing Minecraft. We could raid Uni. She's gonna be playing Outer Wilds, but right now she's chatting a bit. So let's go say hi to Uni. She's doing a partner push, so maybe you could help her out and just lurk on her stream. I think she's very, very fun. I love her streams. She's very funny. But yeah, I can't stay for her to play Outer Wilds, so we'll just say hello while she's chatting at least. Not Rice, sadly. Yeah, Rice betrayed me. Yeah, thank you for being here today. It was very fun. I'm sad that we couldn't finish all the fragments and get back to the chapters, but this is basically the last one, so I think it counts. It counts. But yeah, it was very fun. I will be back on Sunday at the latest, so we can play Paper Mario. I plan to finish Paper Mario, so we'll go as long as I have to. Hopefully not too long, but I think we can finish it, and then we can play Paper Mario and the Thousand-Year Door starting next week. That'd be fun. That'd be cool. Yeah, thank you, Ita. Thank you, Trace. Thank you, Skip. Thank you, Aeolus. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Rom. Thank you, Flufu. Thank you, Rice. I want to start saying bye to people when I end stream. I'm gonna try my best. But yeah, have fun. Take care. And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.